The March 21st meeting of the West Sacramento City Council, Redevelopment Agency, and Redevelopment Successor Agency and Financing Authority. We're going to begin tonight, as we do each week, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'd like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which tonight is going to be led by Supervisor Oscar Villegas.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council did meet in closed session this evening to consider the items that are denoted on the council's closed session agenda, and no reportable actions were taken. So now we're going to proceed to item 1A, which is presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. As is noted on our agenda, we're prohibited by state law from taking action or having a discussion about items that are presented under item 1A, but it is an important opportunity for a public forum. We ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other agenda item this evening to please fill out one of the yellow cards that's available near the front door, and then turn that card into the city clerk. In front of the clerk is a timer, and we use that to make sure that everyone gets a chance to be heard. And to that end, we ask that all the comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes. We take the yellow speaking cards all the way up to the conclusion of the staff report on any particular agenda item, except for item 1A. So if you're here for just randomly picking item 13, we take the cards up until the point that the staff is done with their presentation. Once the public testimony or the council questions and discussion have begun, we don't take any additional cards. So if you're here for a specific item, the sooner the better, get the speaking card in, but we'll take it all the way up to that point. We also recognize that for some folks, some of our neighbors and community members, speaking in public is both new and daunting and undesirable, and can cause all sorts of nerves. So we ask that there not be any boos or cat calls or actually even applause or other demonstrations, and we try to maintain a civil discourse here in the people's chambers. So with that, we have a few requests to speak under item 1A, and the first is by Daniel Langford.
To go first. Good evening, Council.
You must have turned in the card first.
I don't know.
We don't pick the cards in order, but welcome.
I wanted to go on a record this evening after the 2x2 meeting that was held with the city and the school district yesterday. Mr. Mayor, you stated that there are minus dollars in the Parks and Recs account, which brings to mind some huge concern regarding all the projects that we have, such as the Nest Memorial Park, the Ropes Course Park, and of course the Sycamore Trail, just to name a few. Before my comments are taken out of context, I know these are grants, but behind them is the component, and I respectfully remind you, the council, and let the community members, sorry, I'm really nervous, it's been a while, that these are matching fund grants. Just with the Sycamore Bridge, it's $800,000 is our portion, and that concerns me. And if indeed we're red, as you stated, how can we as a community trust that the city can take over the reclamation district and protect us? We as taxpaying citizens need to be very concerned. Also, in regard to the Sycamore Trail, especially in light of what's going on in our country, we need to have the utmost safety with our children and our community members in mind. I can't imagine that you guys would even consider putting that trail, along with Washington Unified, directly behind Westmore Oaks. That terrifies me, and I don't even have children in there anymore. With a K-8 school with 900 students in it, and in that established, beautiful community, plus who's going to pay for the bus yard cleanup? This district doesn't have the money. And although you said that you guys don't have, at the meeting yesterday, Mr. Mayor, you guys don't have the flow like the school district does, how come we think that Washington Unified does? They're currently carrying the debt for the rec center that's on the high school. So that concerns me. Our children and citizens have to have the utmost safety in mind, and they have to come first and foremost. And I know you guys know that, but I just want to go on record with this because it does concern me greatly. If you take a look at Megan's Law, you will see the sex offenders that are registered in our community and where they're at. And it's terrifying to have them so close to schools. and to give them trails or places to be able to sit and watch our children in the playgrounds or our grandchildren. We can't allow that. We just can't allow that. And one last thing really quick, looking at the website, and it could be my error, but regarding the city manager position, it shows that it's a 0 starting salary, and I know it's not a volunteer position. So that might be a glitch, but I just wanted to point it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Langford. We're driving a hard bargain in our negotiations with the city manager candidates. I think it's a function of the way that the CalOps system treats a position that doesn't have a specific salary range. All right, next is Jim Brewer. And after Jim is Laura Jamison.
Good evening, council members and audience. My name is Jim Brewer. Can't hardly get that word out yet. And I'm president of the West Sacramento Neighbors Fair, and we're the operator of the KYWS radio station. They're now broadcasting on channel 92.9. We serve West Sacramento. We're playing music. That's all we got right at the moment. That'll be changing. I'm running out of air here, sorry. And I wanted to say thank you for your help and support. I really want to thank Nardi for the guidance he gave me and the guidance from the city staff that I had a handout all the time trying to pull me through it. The problem I ran into at the last. It's been about a 4-year process, and we made it by 2 days. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Jim, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Were you going to say something about Councilmember Johannesson?
Yeah, just so for those of you who heard Jim, there's a new FM low wattage radio station in West Sacramento. It's operated under the Neighbors Fair nonprofit, and there's been a huge amount of interest on the potential educational aspects of this radio station, also jobs, training for journalism, discussions with the local community college and the high school, local cultural groups. So Jim's worked 4 years on this thing, and there's been a committee, I'm not involved with it, but there's been a committee that's worked on this, and it's been a hard work on his part to get this done, and it came in just under the wire, and you can listen to it now. They've got a playlist that's basically just random music, but more is coming in, and it's I think it's going to be a great thing for West Sac.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Mr. Johansson. Thank you, Jim. All right, Laura Jamison, and Laura will be followed by Nikki Starnin. Welcome.
All right, good evening. My name's Laura Jamison. Tonight, the community will be making many comments. I am sure some of those comments will state that the city is not listening to the community concerns. The city will undoubtedly respond that it is listening. Well, guess what? The city's own meeting minutes prove that the city is not listening and is not transparent. As I looked through many meeting minutes, I realized that the minutes do not name the public speakers and the topics they spoke about. For items not on the agenda, all the minutes say are, heard presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda. That's it. No name, no topic, nothing. The fact that the names and the community concerns are not included in meeting minutes proves that the city is not listening and is not transparent. The only time a name is included is when a hearing is being conducted. Names are otherwise not included. Sacramento identifies the speakers' names for hearings, agenda items, and non-agenda items. Woodland does the same as Sacramento, but also identifies the topic that was discussed as if it were a non-agenda item. And then there is Davis. I was impressed with Davis. Davis identifies the speakers' names, topics, and provides a summary of their position and points they made. They do this even for non-agenda items. Of the nearby cities, West Sacramento is the only one to not identify the names of public speakers on meeting minutes. This lack of transparency is disgusting and must change. My recommendations to the city clerk and to the city council are these. Starting today and from this point forward, all meeting minutes for city council meetings and other boards and commissions meetings should, 1, include the name of each speaker, 2, include a brief summary of the topic that she or he spoke about, and 3, identify that person's position, for example, for or against whatever the topic was. Please document that your community is here. Show us you are listening. Show us you care. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nikki Sternin. And Nikki will be followed by Pat Flint.
Mayor and Council, my name is Nikki Sternin. I've been a resident of West Sacramento for almost 13 years. Although I have watched many of your meetings online, this is my first meeting I have attended in person. I decided to come tonight to express my concern for the rubber stamp council we have sitting before us here. Although I am grateful for some things this council has done, I am concerned that none of the council members are in fact speaking or voting as a voice of the community of West Sacramento. To be exact, not one of the council members sitting here tonight have voted nay on any issue set forth over the last 18 months. Does that sound balanced for the city the size of West Sacramento? As a citizen of West Sacramento that voted many of you in, I expect more from you, all of you. Your job is to act as a liaison between the city and the general public. You are our voice. You are the ones that should be working with us to make our community better and stronger. As more issues arise, I'm beginning to lose faith in this council. I came tonight because I think this council needs to hear one more voice from the city it is supposed to be representing. I am concerned with the Nest location, the Memorial Park ADA upgrades needed, and most importantly, RD 900. I stand here to let you know that there are hundreds more of citizens in West Sacramento like myself that are becoming more concerned that the city council is only speaking for one voice. It is not too late to start listening to us and vote properly for the best interest of our city. I will say that there are enough of us that will want more out of our city council and our mayor, and we will work towards making sure the proper people are representing us come next election. Thank you for your time, and I do remind you, it is not too late.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there a problem with the lights, or
I think somebody
is somebody at the light?
yonder.
All right.
I don't like the dark.
Well, we're still working on the problem, Mrs.
Okay,
Flint. so-
don't start my time. I won't. The top one, John.
And Pat, just to make sure the microphone is clear, spot, could you, the button that's on the side to bring the podium down just slightly, it's right, that one, yeah.
Thank
That'll
you.
put the microphone right at you, so.
I forgot about that.
Great, thanks.
Not a problem. I'm here to remind you this evening about 06-63, our resolution that we've had with you since 2006. Also, first, I want to say that this agenda, there's no excuse for this agenda. If the mayor cannot be present at a regular meeting, the mayor pro tem, I'm sure, is quite capable of taking over. And, you know, I know you travel a lot. I know you don't want to miss anything, but the mayor pro tem sits there for that reason. So, getting back to 06-63, I believe you are in violation of our resolution. At the EIR and General Plan Community Workshops, we were told that there would be a slight increase in density within the villages of Southport. You have not added service, and by that I mean fire, police, and road repair, or new roads, actually. You did put a 2-lane road raceway that should be a parkway. You have not created wildlife habitats nor considered environmental impacts. You have not maintained funding levels for necessary improvements, yet we pass every measure that you put before us. The taxes have been raised since 2006, incredibly. You have not phased in infrastructures prior to occupancy. Your traffic situation in this town is worse than F intersections. I don't know when the last time was you had a traffic study. You have not maintained rural residential open space buffers. You instead mitigated them away and put houses on them. And most of all, you have not maintained our RR and RE zoning, which is our farm to fork. So again, I remind you, we are still out there. We're still going to keep reminding you, and we are still going to look at violations that are still occurring. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Flint. Raymond, we have both families in the town, so is it Raymond Ramos or Ramos?
Either.
Either one, okay, welcome.
I want to bring up issues. As you well know, I have a lawsuit against the city, and it's been going on for 2 years. And the situation is, nothing's been done with the park. Children pass the park. It's infected with dangerous valley fever spores. It's been documented by the top university of Arizona, and I'd like to have that park cleaned up. This is why I filed a lawsuit, and I want the park cleaned up before other people get infected. My house is infected. The park is infected. I just presented the papers, you'll see it tomorrow, of all the reports from the top pathologists at the University of Arizona. So if you want an epidemic and you don't want to clean up the parks, you should go at least 2 or 3 feet. I was an environmental engineer for Southern Pacific Railroad and represented the largest landowner in the state of California. So I'm letting you know that the lawsuit is because the parks are infected with new dirt that has not been cleaned off. Now, there is a legal team that's going against me, and they're proposing for me to pay for their studies. An air study by some Colorado firm that they want me to pay $25,000 for. Now, another study by their investigation was that they went that 1 inch into the new dirt. Well, I have photos. It's all attached to my almost 100-page binder that I submitted to the clerk. So I'd like you to take a look at it, seriously take a look, and clean up the park before more people get infected and the community gets infected. I appreciate the effort. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we have one more on item 1A. Thank you. All right, Anthony Latanzio, or?
Yeah.
All right,
Attend.
Latanzio, all right.
How you guys doing? That's me.
All right.
New York Attorney. Hey, I've been living here for like 30-something years, okay? I raised 6 kids in my house. There is a major drug problem on Solano Street from David Brinsfield. It's heroin and methamphetamine and the needle users. I can't tell you how much money I spent. They would try to get the needles in their garbage pail on the property line, right in the grass. My kids are riding their bikes with no shoes on. Come on. You got to do something about it. It's ruining this town. It's ruining everybody. It's about meth and heroin. And I do want to commend West Sac PD and UNET because they were there and they found a ½ pound of heroin. The place isn't any better now. Okay, where he has like a duplex, which, front and back. He moved in a drug dealer from North Sac. So now this guy's got a drug house in North Sac and West Sac. You need to do something about it. I mean, it's horrible. Any of you guys live next to a drug house? Huh? No, you don't want to answer me? I guess, okay. Huh. I'm assuming none of you, huh? Well, let me tell you, it's no fun. I'm a Vietnam vet, battle wounded. I don't know what else I could do for you people. You need to, all I'm asking you, it's illegal. There's some way you got to get rid of this guy, whether it's a RICO Act, not paying his taxes. I mean, there's no way that this could go on. I've seen kids last summer come off the school bus before the cool down and go into his house. Not good. And if you look up at the record, the dude's been in jail a long time, and all he is a no-good piece in the middle of the block. I mean, I look like this, but you know what? I'm an accomplished musician, graduate of New York School of Music and Arts. I got my songs published and all. I just want my neighborhood clean, and I'm not a drug addict or on drugs. I look like this. Now, maybe years ago, way back when, and I am a major motorcycle club member, which has got nothing, I'm just letting you know I got nothing to hide. I'm a good person. You need to clean it up for the future. I don't feel good about selling my house to somebody without telling them about that. A real estate, how would you feel if you bought the house? I can't, I don't feel good. I would have to tell them, this place is messed up because it's got, the older lady that lived across the street, she's a Russian doctor. She was old, maybe the late 70s. She moved. The young couple across the street, been there 8 or 10 years, they're moving. I'm going to move. Is that fair? I mean, you got to do something about it. It's not like they're doing something illegal. I know if somebody was running a business out of their house without the lights, you jump on them.
All right, thank you.
This is illegal,
All right, gotta. let's get
all right?
close.
You
All
know
right.
what I'm talking about, or you got me down, or you just blowing me off?
No, and I think there are, I don't know, is the chief here? Is the chief here, Mr. City Manager?
Pound of heroin.
Okay, all right, well, we will follow. Staff will follow up, so,
I'll be here in the end.
okay. All right, thank you. Then we're going to proceed then to item 1B, which is council reports and communications. Are there any this evening? Councilmember Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency met on February 15th and on March 15th. At the February meeting, we approved a 2-year agricultural lease for our Barrow 1 site, and we accepted the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ending in June 2017. At the March meeting, we awarded a construction contract for the Bridgeway Drain Rehabilitation Project. We awarded a contract for environmental assessment, remediation, and consulting services in support of the Southport Levee Improvement Project, and we held a public hearing authorizing an eminent domain action. We also heard background on alternatives to provide 200-year level of flood protection for the stone lock facility and bulkhead structure. At both meetings, we were given progress updates on the Southport Levee Improvement Project. In the near term, on that project, work will be done to install waterside silt fencing, sample material from the existing levee, remove and backfill stumps, some demolition work, topsoil stripping, roadway milling, and developing the setback levee roadway. The Water Resources Association of Yolo County met on March 19th. We received an update on water legislation and regulatory issues, including background on 2 water-related propositions, one on the June ballot and one on the November ballot. And we also received a water conditions update and reviewed groundwater levels. The Yolo Subbasin Groundwater Agency also met on March 19th, and as was noted, I believe at our last meeting, we received a $1 million grant from DWR to develop our groundwater sustainability plan. And that grant does require a 1-to-1 match from all of the member agencies in the JPA. The total budget then for the plan is just over $2 million. We also approved an environmental affiliate representative to serve on the board, and we were approved a notice of intent to develop the Yolo Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, an action that will be brought to our council for background and information. We also heard a status report on the sustainability plan development work to date, and we hope to submit our plan. The agency hopes to submit our plan 18 months ahead of the state's deadline, and our agency continues to receive accolades and kudos for its work. And that's my report.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On March 19th, the City School 2x2 Committee met. Trustees Norma Alcala and Alicia Cruz met on behalf of the school district, along with myself and Mayor Cabalden. We provided reports on behalf of the city and updates with respect to the Sycamore Trail, the Liberty Project, Westmore Oaks Athletic Fields by the request of the school board. Members of the community were present, and I was pleased to see that we made good progress, and I believe that we expressed a common interest in promoting communication between the board and the council. Our next upcoming meeting is May 14th at the City Hall, and this is the first time we've met with these 2 new board members, so I look forward to an upcoming year of good communication. March 21st, today, we had the Yolo County Children's Alliance Executive Board meeting. I was elected the chairperson of the executive board, and we are looking forward to expanding the board to include new members in the upcoming months. As many know, the Yolo County Children's Alliance Executive Board was recently restructured as part of the strategic plan and now has a separate entity, which is the Child Abuse Prevention Council, which is made up of stakeholders in not only government but other organizations that have a stake in programming and policy issues related to child abuse. We had an update on financial reports, our strategic plan, as well as the Child Abuse Prevention Council and the YOLO Family Strengthening Network. In addition, we also received updates on the Workforce Investment Act program. From what I understand, the YCC has had the opportunity to have young children from the ages of, I believe, 16 to 24 years housed in different businesses to get workforce experience, which I think is fantastic, especially considering that many of these youth are at risk or have backgrounds that might not be conducive to an employer looking fondly upon their application. I think this is a really fantastic step in the right direction for our kids in our community, especially those who need a second chance, and I commend the YCCA for taking those efforts for those children. In addition, we received updates about the West Sacramento Countywide Voluntary Income Tax Assistant Program, which is helping several, believe it was in the thousands of families that were in need of tax assistance, and I believe the threshold was up to $50,000 in income, and is, if I'm not mistaken, families with children. So with that, that's my update. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you. A couple of things to report. This past Monday, we had a meeting of the Yellow Habitat Conservancy, which for those who are new to this, it's the county and the 4 cities and Yellow County's development of Conservancy, a new agency which will basically oversee all mitigation and easements and protect habitat in the county. Anyway, we're did a few things, including start a transition plan as we near completion of the permits, granting the permits, reviewed the financial statements of the JPA, and again went through an update on the implementation plan. Notable is the kind of the schedule we're on. They are working towards getting the final plan up on the Federal Register, so it could be up for comment. And then member agencies will begin certifying EIR and adopt the HCP, NCCP in May. In May and June, we'll have member agencies adopt it one by one across the Yolo County. And then the wildlife agencies, both the federal and the state, will begin updating their documents. And then if all goes well in June, we'll be finally getting those permits. So that was, we continue to be on a good track. There's a couple of items we're still working on, but I think the meeting went well. In addition, on today's 21st, Tuesday, we had a meeting of the Riverfront Joint Powers Authority, the Riverfront Streetcar Committee. In that committee, we continued reviewing the current status of the streetcar project, looking at the getting word from the FTA that, and from our representatives in Washington, that federal funding looks to be available for us in the federal appropriations budget. In addition, we worked through some JPA-related governance issues, continue to work towards project completion, and approved some budget items we had. So the progress of the GPA continues to happen. So I think that's all I had for today.
Great, thank you. I would just add on that particular item. I mean, you said the facts of it, but it was very encouraging, and and I think we've had confirmation from other folks in Washington D.C., including Congressman Matsui, that the federal appropriations legislation will include the dollars for the streetcar project, or for streetcar projects generally, but our project is very far ahead in the queue compared to the rest of the country. So it wasn't clear when the president proposed zero funding for basically all public transit in America that this would be the outcome, but it's a very positive step. And then, as you indicated, also the kind of the regulatory hurdles we've been facing inside FTA have also, they will always be there because it's just a complicated federal process and a big agency. But we've made some significant breakthroughs in the last 15 or 16 days as well. So, thanks. I know many members of the council participated in that project, and it's showing. Let's see, the bike Bike Share Policy Steering Committee met last week prior to the SACOG Board of Directors, and then the SACOG Board of Directors took up the issue of bike share allocations, and we are still on track for early summer, late spring launch of the JUMP bike share system between this, that includes the cities of Davis, West Sacramento, and the central part of Sacramento. With electric assist bikes, and we expect to have quite a few added here as well. The policy issue that we've been facing is we had the three of us together, the three cities had won a regional grant to purchase for the purpose of supporting bike share, which we had determined we wanted to use for bike racks. To support the bike share system, but also to just add additional bike parking in all three of the cities. And our intention had been to purchase racks that would accommodate about 3,600 bikes, which is about 3 times the number of bike share bikes that there will be. So a pretty significant injection of additional bike spots in the three cities. An alternative proposal came forward to instead purchase, I want to say 1,200 of a more specific customized rack that's designed primarily for this particular bike share bike. And that uses less, parked properly, it uses less space in the right-of-way than is possible under the current configuration of bikes. And so it's attractive to engineers, but it costs twice as much, and it delivers 1/3 as many parking spaces. So there's some trade-offs involved. And both the SACOG board and the Bike Share Policy Committee had wanted to emphasize that it was important for us to maximize the number of bike spots. And so while leaving this to each of the individual 3 cities, that was the action finally of the Bike Share Committee and the SACOG board, which was to direct that those special racks could be bought, and probably Davis will buy mostly those, given the unique bike parking situation in Davis. But wherever possible, we're going to be seeking to use the less expensive, higher capacity racks that can be used by a broader range of bicycles. But it will be ultimately left to each of the individual cities within some reason, because if all the money gets spent in one city on the more expensive racks, obviously that affects everyone. So it was a compromise in terms of trying to get there, but trying to maximize both the number of spots, but also the ability of the racks to adapt to changing technologies, to changing bike operators over time. As we already know, as it's already been, had already been announced that another bike share operator was entering a couple of other cities in the region. It kind of put a marker on this, that we ought to be careful about locking in a single bike operator and a single technology for all time with the one-time money that we're going to have from the regional fund. So the SACOG board approved that. I think everybody's now on board and comfortable with that outcome because it respects the individual cities, but also does get us a higher level of parking out of that situation. That was the principal item out of the SACOG board as well. Then I also attended the annual South by Southwest Civic Innovation Summit, as well as the city's track in South by Southwest itself. We were asked to be there to present, along with Mayor Steinberg in Sacramento and the mayor of Gary, Indiana, about the West Sacramento Kids Home Run as one of the big areas of focus of the entrepreneurs and startup community in the U.S. Is what to do about the future of work and the tremendous effect that automation and artificial intelligence is having on jobs, the traditional jobs the way we thought them, and also on inequality and economic opportunity. And so the South by Southwest organizers wanted to feature West Sacramento and the Kids Home Run and our work on preschool and digital badges and college savings accounts and free community college and college scholarships and internships as a model of at least what one city that isn't Chicago and New York is doing in America to try to tackle that problem. And Mayor Steinberg was there also to talk about what they're doing with 1,000 Strong in the internship program. That's very similar to what we're doing. So it was a good feature. As I said, there were 3 cities that were asked to present at South by Southwest as examples of where innovation might lead to better economic opportunity and shared prosperity in communities just like ours. Then we also conducted a civic tech pitch session It's basically a competition among new startups that are doing work to support improved economic and social outcomes and efficiency and effectiveness of governments, local governments in particular. Last year, the winner of the competition was a startup that was working on improving coordination and communication between mental health workers and police officers in the field through use of a smartphone and other technologies. This year, the winner was using aggregate sewer chemical data to identify hotspots of opiate abuse before they get to a level of deaths and overdoses. But it's an issue here. It's a much more significant issue in the Midwest. So I think that's going to get some pilot option in the Midwest. But it's the example of the sort of thing that is emerging as more and more entrepreneurs and technologists and startups and creative folks in both our region and around the country are turning their attention to how to help cities be more effective and more efficient and serve a broader range of people. The other one I would highlight is a project that's been developed. It's a technology to try to use artificial intelligence to much more rapidly complete the process of naturalization. So for those of our residents who are permanent residents in West Sacramento, but 90% of whom never make it all the way to citizenship, even when they're eligible, principally because of the challenges of paperwork and the cost of attorneys and what have you. This app and the technology that's being developed would radically change the speed with which that can be accomplished and the cost. And so there were a lot of cities that are interested in potentially piloting that in order to assist that process for their residents. I don't think it's the right solution necessarily for us right at the moment, but Stockton is prepared to be, I think, one of the very first. So we'll learn from Stockton whether or not it's whether the kinks are worked out and whether it really has the kind of effect that I think they're hoping in terms of providing a full path to citizenship for folks who are already here as permanent residents. So it was overall, like last year, it was a very good feature for us. We also had the chance to meet with several foundations that we're hoping to attract money and grants to support principally the Kids Home Run initiative and the work that's underlying that in order to really drive the success of young people in the city. So very positive. All right, that brings us then to item.
Mr. Mayor, I recall you went to Puerto Rico too since our last meeting. Is that?
We haven't met since then?
I don't
Okay,
think,
you're right.
I think, because
All right.
I think our last meeting was on the 14th of February. So I just recall,
No.
I'd love to hear more about.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks. Yes, at the Open Society Foundation, in conjunction with the Mayor of New Orleans, who is the current president of the United States Conference of Mayors, has organized a peer exchange between about a dozen or 20 cities in Puerto Rico and cities in the United States that are seen as models of governance and implementation that could help them with the rebuilding and recovery efforts that have been underway since Hurricane Maria. And so we were invited to participate in that mission because of our work on flood protection and infrastructure in particular, but also alternative financing mechanism, infrastructure financing district that we have here, our success on redevelopment and on financing plans and all of that. So we were paired with the city of Luquillo, which is a small, I guess medium, but small, from our perspective, a small-sized city in Puerto Rico on the eastern side of the island that incorporates a portion of the El Yunque rainforest. And we had a quick one full day visit there and a one-day briefing in advance. Both myself and the Director of Public Works, Denik Zambia, participated in the exchange. And a lot of progress has been made in the recovery and rebuilding, but there's a lot left to be done. Much of the island doesn't have regular power, and without regular power, you don't have regular water. And the governmental system, the governmental failures and disasters are just as bad as the natural one, because the status of Puerto Rico as a territory, a commonwealth, the state, all of that is so ambiguous in the first place that the systems just don't exist, and the state government is so centralized there that the cities cannot get direct access to FEMA. So this little city of 20,000 that we are mentoring has spent, I think, $11 or $13 million just so far of its own money and has received exactly no money at all in terms of FEMA reimbursements yet, even though FEMA's allocated like $100 billion. So it's they had a lot of challenges, a lot of progress has been made, but it was really useful for us to be there for them because we learned actually quite a bit about kind of in-stream disaster response, right? We have all the manuals and all the protocols, we've done all the exercises, but there, as we learned when we went to Napa for their fires, there's nothing like really hearing from people all the things that go wrong that you can't possibly have anticipated, but let's learn them one at a time. So useful for us for sure, but for them, that they cannot get a call return from the Army Corps of Engineers locally, and we have very strong, because of our work on a $1 billion flood project, we have very strong relationships with the Army Corps of Engineers, so we're going to be pairing them together. They want to do things like begin exporting coffee from that region of Puerto Rico as a potential market. Well, Sacramento is actually one of the principal cities in the United States for importing coffee, so we're going to make some connections there. So they have no member of the U.S. Senate or Congress, and we have obviously good connections with both Congresswoman Matsui and our senatorial delegation. So we're already working with them to assist them in ways that can be helpful to them. The mayor there is going to be coming here in the coming weeks or maybe the next 2 months, and so we'll be hosting some meet and greets and also some working sessions with the Corps and with the Congresswoman and with others at that time as well. So I heard a lot from our local residents who are from Puerto Rico, or their families originally were, and from other islands in the area, and who are proud that we were there, and we were able to be of assistance. But as I say, we also got a lot out of that visit, learning about what to be prepared for in terms of not just the power lines going down, whatever, but when the whole systems of government don't work either. How do you respond that day and the next day and the next day? And so it was powerful. It was a powerful lesson and kind of profound. So thank you. Okay, so item 1C is appointments to boards and commissions. We don't have any of this evening, so we're going to proceed to item 2, which is presentation of a proclamation declaring April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Is there a motion on that proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, second by Councilmember Sandin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. And full of confidence that it would pass, Councilmember Orozco is already on the way to the microphone for the presentation.
September 13th, 2017. December 31st, 2017. Two of the most devastating days in the history of West Sacramento. On those days, our community lost Calvin, Julie, Lucas, Sophia, Sarah, at the hands of someone they loved. Just a few years earlier, over the river in Sacramento, on May 4th, 2015, a Sacramento father decided to take the lives of his children as well. Although the subject's 8-year-old son went unconscious during the effort, his 10-year-old daughter did not. And she spent that time talking to her father about why it is that he should not be doing what he's doing. I worked on that case both before being elected to this council and after. And I'm proud to say that both children are both alive and well. And the young female victim, now 13 years old, at the time 10, is now an advocate for promoting awareness for child abuse victims. Tonight I speak with her voice, as well as the voices of other victims, to emphasize the importance of educating our community, creating public awareness, and providing support for our children. Child abuse and neglect continue to be very serious threats to our nation's children, and preventing it is a community issue. We all have the responsibility to nurture and protect our children and to help ensure that they become healthy and productive adults. This year, I'm not going to read this proclamation in its entirety, much I'm sure to the dismay of everyone here. But I will say that on behalf of the City Council of the City of West Sacramento, I proudly present this proclamation recognizing April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and I will do so presenting this to Katie Villegas, the Executive Director of the Yolo County Children's Alliance, which is an organization that collaborates with organizations countywide to improve the lives of children, youth, and families and eradicate child abuse. Thank you.
Wow, I didn't know you were going to go there. I'm a little choked up, to be honest with you. But I think those are some families that we just didn't get to, and I feel very much of a loss for that. But I know that our Family Resource Center here in West Sacramento saves lives every day with the work that we do. And I couldn't be more prouder of Karina as our new chair. So I'm just so excited that she's there. She's obviously the right person to lead the Children's Alliance. And just want to remind folks, we have a really great event because we couldn't do this work without a fundraiser. So our Hawaii YOLO is right here in this building, and there's brochures over there if you want, and I'll leave some more, but really, thank you, honestly, and thank the council and the mayor for supporting our work. We really couldn't do it without your support, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Villegas. That brings us to the consent agenda, which is items 3 through 17. Are there any items we have for separate comment or question or to remove?
I have questions on 5 and 8, please.
Add 6 and 10, please.
We got all yours also.
Except bike share, but I don't really have that much.
Okay.
5 and 9, sorry.
5 and 9.
I apologize.
Okay. All right, and I had 4. So, and we have public comment requests on 5, 6, 10, 12. Yeah, so same ones. Okay. All right, so item 4 first is consideration of approval of contract amendment number 1 for professional services with Pros Consulting for development of an updated business plan for the recreation center. So, Tracy, my question is the financing of this. So, I mean, it's recognizing that it's not a large amount of money. You're requesting $12,000, but to come from the Community Investment Capital Fund, and then to be reimbursed by the Park Impact Fee Fund, which is also a capital fund. This isn't a capital expenditure, though. Am I reading this right, or?
Well, it's from the same source of funding that was originally budgeted for the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update. And so we had an original amount planned for the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update. The agreement that we brought forward to council was below the amount that was originally budgeted. And so we just thought that was the best source of funding to continue to use for this contract amendment.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. I mean, the reason the overall open space master plan is in the Park Impact Fee Fund because we're contemplating constructing and improving a system of trails and parks and everything underneath it, which is the purpose of the Park Impact Fee Fund. But getting improving the annual fiscal year economics of the rec center isn't a capital expenditure or an impact fee. It doesn't seem like it's an impact fee eligible.
Well, the facility itself will be analyzed at a more detailed level with the business plan update than it would be under the regular Parks and Open Space Master Plan update, which does include looking at the space and how we're utilizing the space and how we can maximize the use of the space to provide the services that our community is telling us they want or need, or what we're projecting we'll need over the next 10 to 15 years. So it could involve some recommendations for facility adjustments.
Okay, I'm definitely, I'm not throwing my body in front of it $12,000, but I just to make the point for future items, because these funds, to the extent they're generated by park impact fees, which is the fund that we have essentially no balance in, that fund in particular is funded by development impact fees that are from new growth. So, every time a new house gets built or whatever, the fee goes into that fund for the purpose of making sure that we have adequate park facilities that to serve the city even when that additional people move in.
Mm-hmm.
So if we spend that money on things other than developing parks for when additional people move in, we will not have enough parks. Whereas reconfiguring the rec center or other changes, even to a capital facility, don't accomplish that. unless the purpose of this is to find a way to accommodate, another 1,000 people in the rec center. So like I said, I get what you're trying to do. This is how you have to iterate and find a penny here and a penny there in order to bring these forward. But I really don't, I want to be careful not to set a precedent that we're going to use any significant portion of the park impact fee for this is a very good purpose. We want the rec center to be as heavily utilized by the citizens of our city as possible, and we want to make sure that we're not also using general tax money to subsidize that over other recreational facilities in the city. So the task that's being proposed here is right on track. And the funding source is, to me, it's just slightly over the line. So I wouldn't come back and do this again, but I'm okay with moving forward with this tonight if the council's on board. So. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Item 5 then is consideration of the Resolution 18-18, approving the application for the Urban Greening Grant Program for Clarksburg Branch Line Trail Safe Routes to School improvements. Ms. Sandine?
Yes, I just wanted to call this out because I think this is a successful leveraging of, if it's successful going forward, it would show successful leveraging of city funds, and exactly what we hope for with Measure E. My question to you is, do you have any sense at all of the competitiveness, any sense at all how possible this is? I mean, $3.1 million from a $200,000 investment is a great return.
It is. It's a highly competitive grant program. The city was successful in receiving funds from this program in this past funding round. So it's competitive, but it's all relative to the other applications that come in. So we think it's important to throw our hat in the ring, and we have really good information from past grant application processes that have included this scope of work to draw from, so that the amount of effort that it takes to submit the application should be fairly minimal for us.
And then the plan is already outlined, so if there's other possibilities that do pieces of this work, if this weren't successful, we would already have in place.
And we
to move
can
forward.
certainly identify in our scope of work, as we're working on the grant application, ways to break down the components. So if partial funding became an option for us, we could move forward with some components of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Orozco?
I think that Councilmember Sandine and Tracy just answered my question. I was wondering if, in fact, there were circumstance where we received less than our request. Would there be a priority list of certain items that we would seek to complete first?
Well, I think we certainly want to make sure we have the improvements we need with the existing trail right now, but the expansion of the trail, that's a more expensive component. So the safe routes to school features for the people that are currently living in the area would definitely be a priority. The improvements on Linden Road, the lighting, the amenities that support activating the trail adjacent to our schools that are currently using the area would definitely be a priority.
Well, I appreciate that. For someone who took a family of 6 on the trail all the way till it dead-ended this past Sunday, I can tell you that it's a rough ride when you get to the very end. So I do look forward to, paving the trail to its fullest capacity. And I'd like to echo the comments that my fellow council member mentioned with respect to our intent to leverage funds. This is a perfect example of our intentions, and thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Yeah, thank you. And you answered my question as well, which is around prioritization if we won't be able to get it, because I think the area, it's all the right things we're including, and it also sets the standards, I think, in terms of what we're looking for from trail safety and lighting and all the things you articulate. But there is a fundamental issue as well, which we built in, so thank you, around Linden Road. Having seen, and so many in the room have seen as well, the crossing over the trail with no sidewalks, and kids that have to, and adults that have to either ride their bike or walk onto the roadway to cross, where narrows is dangerous at best during the busy hours. So I'm glad, hopefully we can, I know we tried for grants to address that before. But hopefully we can be successful, and that should be the priority, because activation of that part of the trail is important. Safely getting on the trail is a little iffy right there. So, thank you. We didn't get a comment on this.
Yeah, we did. We have one request for public comment on this, so thanks, Tracy. That's Sabrina Lockhart.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm disappointed that the bicycle nest project is on the consent agenda, although I find it promising that some members asked for additional questions on this item. But it's really telling that you're giving it the same attention as meeting minutes. The more I learn about this issue, the less confidence I have in the security of the proposed location. Thanks to a Public Records Act request, I learned a lot about my city government. But I also learned that just in the first 8 months of 2017, the police responded to more than 1,700 calls within a half-mile radius of where the nest is proposed to be built. 130 arrests and citations were issued. There were arrests for drugs and many calls in the shopping center dealing with the homeless and mentally unstable individuals. One arrest occurred in the Target parking lot, right where the nest will be, for indecent exposure at 8 a.m. I also learned that the police had to patrol the transient activity along this same stretch of school front fence line due to the city not maintaining weeds there. There are already considerable police resources dedicated to this area, so much so that other calls are placed on a lower priority when this happens. You won't find any of these facts in the staff report included in the agenda packet. A group of families has spoken up, and instead of working with us to address our concerns, it's more been a push to dismiss our concerns, to tell us we have to compromise. But I make no apologies when it comes to my children's safety. I refuse to compromise their safety. We never said don't build it, we just simply asked to consider a different location. We brought forward viable solutions that have been summarily dismissed, such as moving it to the more highly visible sections of that same part of bike path to either Linden Road or Lake Washington, or as simple as turning the benches around so that people aren't looking at a school playground, but instead can look at a public parking lot. What troubles me the most, and honestly has kept me awake at night, is how this project impacts school safety. Just a few weeks ago, there was a threat at River City High School, again, right by where this will be. And with school safety topping the headlines and students walking out of classrooms to places at the top of a policy agenda, it puzzles me why elected leaders would vote to jeopardize school safety. Too often lately, we've heard about thoughts and prayers for our children. And I can assure you, and any parent in this room can tell you, we're always thinking and praying for our children. They don't need any more thoughts and prayers. We appreciate them. But what we really need from our elected leaders are leaders who act in the best interests of our children instead of building political monuments. My son couldn't be here tonight, but he wrote you all a letter, and I emailed it to you. I ask you to vote as this as a standalone item instead of rubber stamping it on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's on item 6, not item 5, but rather than interrupt, I just want to make, because we're all here, and we'll be here for item 6 as well. But,
Yeah.
So thanks, Sabrina. Anything else on item 5? Tracy, thanks for bringing this forward into the, I know Mr. Ledesma has been working on this, the sidewalks issue at Linden and the trail for a long time to try to find a grant program that we might qualify for, and so our fingers are crossed. It's a good example of how so many of these things are linked together. This is the grant source that we won, that we were the big winner statewide for the Sycamore project, for the Sycamore Trail and overcrossing. And it's why getting that project done, getting it done on a timely basis is so important. If we fail to deliver that project, there's no way the state's going to award us the $3 million to do the Clarksburg Branch Trail. Just as it was the case with the Linden Road diet, for example, which had its issues and which we've been working through as well, where it is essential that when we apply for resources, when we use our general plan to put together projects like this, that we then deliver them, so that we are then competitive and eligible for the next round of possible money, because this project would involve a not trivial amount of city money, but there's no way we could ever hope to deliver a project like this that's so important for safety, but also for recreation and for just quality of life in the community without being eligible for this kind of a grant program. And I know you've been scouring, looking for every possible penny, so thanks. Okay, item 6 then is consideration of license to install improvements and agreement for acquisition of improvements with Assemble Sacramento for the Nest Project bike rest stop and hydration station. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you. Tracy's handling this. Hi, Tracy, again. So I know that there's been some work through Assemble and Our Lady of Grace to kind of come up with some agreements on how to best mitigate, because when this initially started, there was obviously concerns around, as we just heard, safety and orientation to the schoolyard. There were concerns about kids that were coming from either using it as a place during after school or on short days, which was a concern. So my question is around the schools, even the agreements are all in place, and I know they had been working on that, and also make sure that they are all in agreement, that's in the plans for the applicant, which is Assemble, to actually follow through on those items. I think they're talking about constructing a ball wall to help, again, stop the vision of the area, and then work towards moving, I think, some of the play equipment, which is on the west side of the school property, away from the fence line.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the exercise equipment, right? Okay. And so that way, so are those are within the project bounds with the applicant, correct?
Yes, well, there's a letter signed by both Assemble Sacramento and Our Lady of Grace that outlines the parameters of a joint agreement, and in that letter, it identifies that Assemble Sacramento would be responsible for providing those improvements to the school at no cost to the school. It is referenced in our agreement, but it's not a condition of the agreement, but it is referenced in the agreement. So it's a separate but related issue.
Okay, and I think that's where I want to make sure, I know the applicant, Andrew, has worked really hard over the last year to work with the parents. It's just, I think some of the assurances that we want to see is make sure it actually happens. So again, I'm not sure what the construction schedule or kind of how that goes. Maybe you can address that. But just again, I don't, as in any development we have from any home builder or building, they say they're, it can get lost in phasing and whatever else. I want to make sure that's cared for. And then I think the only other question I was going to bring up was just, I think we have public comment on that. So I think maybe we'll take public comment unless there's any other direct questions.
Okay.
And then we can come back and address some of this.
Okay. Mr. Johannesson.
Tracy, back up again, please. So there's obviously some safety concerns about this, and there's issues with the location itself of whether or not this is a good location. But have you identified any safety issue? If it's at this location, is there any safety issue that you feel has not been mitigated by the discussions?
Well, I think that we've done our best to mitigate, to address all of the concerns that have been raised. I'm not sure that we can fully address all of the concerns that have been raised. But with the improvements that will take place on the school property, and with the other activation components that we're working on, both with Washington Unified School District, looking at Trail Ranger program, at programming at the Nest that will continue to activate it, as well as involve the students. The activation of the trail is really a key component of improving the safety of the area. It prevents a lot of other things that happen independent of the trail from happening. So we're really trying to focus on how to make the activation component work and that the NEST project is part of the activation.
All right, well, thank you.
Tracy,
Councilmember Roscoe.
thank you. Since you're on the subject of the activation plan, I did read that it said that the site activation plan for the project will be executed upon completion of the improvements and include programming for the site. You'd mentioned a little bit about what types of programming would, be referred, but would these be things that you'd anticipate children being engaged in during the school day, after school, on weekends? What's the vision?
I think it's still to be defined, but it'll probably be a little bit of everything. I think Andrew has been actively working with the school district, with River City High School, on some programs that may or may not take place during school, certainly could take place after school. As part of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update effort, we've heard a lot of feedback from our community about the interest in investing and developing more trails. Part of that will probably involve some sort of a trail ranger program recommendation so that we can monitor our trails and make sure that we've got volunteer programs to provide cleaning and sponsorship of those trails. And so those types of activities would likely take place on the weekends. So I think you'll see a variety of things depending on the partners and the participants in the programming.
And who do you anticipate being partners or participants in that activation plan?
Definitely the school district, hopefully Our Lady of Grace School, the shopping center, sponsors. I know Andrew, I don't know if there are any, where did Andrew go? Oh, there you go. I don't know if there are any specific sponsors that you want to mention other than those that I already have. But
We have a request. He'll be up in a bit.
Okay.
So.
So it is a little bit early for us in terms of defining that. The term of the agreement is a year. There's a year to complete all of the work as part of the entire project and the programming. So we wanted to provide enough time to be able to continue to vet out some of those items. But the decision before you tonight, the recommendation, is really about kind of determining the NEST project's progression, how they move forward with their funding strategy and continuing on the programming piece.
Well, I ask those questions because I know that there are a lot of concerns related to the public safety aspect and some of the fears that members of the community have. There's a variety of different ones, and so I think that that programming piece is critical because the more activated it is, the more eyes are on it, and the more unlikely it is for any misgivings or malfeasance to occur. Which is the reason why I asked. But thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then we're going to turn to public comment next. And first up is Natalie Hinkle. Natalie will be followed by Pat Flint.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. I don't have anything planned. I'm trying to read my chicken scratch. But one of the questions I have is, if it's to activate the trail, shouldn't you have other projects lined up at the same time and launch them at the same time? I would feel more comfortable if there was a plan for that other than just putting this perch that overlooks my kid's school. And then just waiting and seeing if anything comes up. And then 10 years later down the line, it's become an eyesore, it's a problem, police have to respond, the school has to respond. By then, my kids will be out, but, I don't know what to tell you. But I know you guys have made up your mind. I like fun ideas and projects, but not at the expense of our children and the safety of my family. I tried to follow the process and be diplomatic and meet with members, and I found that I was already falling on deaf ears. I know Babs and Chris, you worked really hard on this project, and when I came into play, you were already decided, which showed me there was already a conflict of interest because it's your project. So it was falling on deaf ears, and yet you vote on it. And I don't know how that isn't a conflict of interest as a parent and concern for my child. I particularly want to talk to you, Babs, and you, Karina. I voted for all of you, every single one of you. But Babs, you're my voice as a female, and Karina, you're my voice as a female and a mother of young children. I'm asking in the future if you can consider me and think of me as your citizen and be a voice for me to protect my family and to make me feel safe in this city so that I want to stay here. and feel safe here. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie. Pat Flint will be followed by Jim Brown.
Thank you. I'm a little late to the plate in this issue, but I also have some of the same concerns as conflict of interest. I don't see how you can be on an advisory board for something and vote for it as a city council member. So that is a concern of mine. It's mostly funded and sponsored by West Sacramento people. Assemble Sacramento came into being around 2016 sometime, but it has no other projects that it's ever completed that I could find anywhere. Assemble created this nonprofit as a public-private partnership made up mostly, again, of West Sacramento people and businesses. Andrew Strumpfels is the founder of this nonprofit and is a planning commissioner here in this city. How could that not be a conflict of interest? Posted advocates are Chris Ledesma and Bab Sandine. Members that are contributing are mostly from West Sacramento, so why not use the West Sacramento Community Foundation to keep the money here for the projects that we need, again, such as a Little League Park updates or any other park update that may need to happen. And again, it could have been used to set up the Liberty Park, Ranch Park earlier than the development gets here, because we truly need more playing fields for our students, our kids. It just does not make sense. And again, I will say, it's not safe for children, ever. It's going to be a hangout for our high school kids after school. It will probably be damaged many times. And why would you put it right there where you have Target, Nugget, and O'Reilly's that could give the same services as that nest? Move it someplace where it would be more usable and children-friendly. Thank you.
All right, Jim Brown will be followed by Patrice Griffith.
Mayor and council members, I'm Jim Brown with Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. We're a nonprofit organization that advocates throughout the region for creating the conditions that enable more people of all ages and abilities to choose to ride a bicycle as an affordable, healthy form of transportation as well as recreation. We're currently working with the city of West Sacramento to provide safe routes to school programs at the city's public elementary schools. The goal of this program is to enable kids and their families to walk and bike to and from school as well as outside of school. The Clarksburg Trail is a fantastic amenity for the community. I've been on it many, many times, and I've seen a lot of families enjoying the trail as well. The NEST project will help keep this trail active and appealing for all trail users, cyclists, walkers, runners, and families. The public-private nonprofit partnership behind the project is a creative model for developing affordable park improvements. We're serving as one of the partners on the project as the fiscal sponsor to handle some of the bookkeeping details. We know that from trail projects throughout the United States that activation makes trails safer, cleaner, and more inviting places. The NEST provides this kind of beneficial activation. This is exactly what you want to do on this kind of trail. We know of examples of activation programs developed for similar trails and elsewhere in the region, and we intend to help work with the NEST partners to develop the activation program for the NEST. We hope to see more of these kinds of projects along trails throughout the region. We commend the partners and the stakeholders who come together to ensure that the project is the best that it can be, and we are pleased with the results and look forward to seeing it completed and enjoyed by the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Patrice Griffith? Patrice still with us? Yeah. There you are.
Good evening. As you know, I am a resident of West Sacramento and parent of 3 children receiving an education here in this city. I am also an engaged citizen of the community, serving as a member of Parish Council at Our Lady of Grace, president of the Moms Ministry at Our Lady of Grace, and member of River City's High School Booster Club. Alongside me, I have brought my daughter Kailani, my son Ikaika, and my son Kekoa, both who have stepped out for obvious reasons this evening. I have been involved with the NEST discussions that have taken place between Assemble Sacramento, Our Lady of Grace, and parents since Assemble Sacramento's plans were introduced to the school in the spring of 2017. I have also been involved with recent discussions as the Parks and Recs Department attempted to mitigate concerns on behalf of the aforementioned parties. Soon after the Parks and Recs Department became involved, it was quite clear to me that Assemble Sacramento, after breaking a key promise to Our Lady of Grace School, was no longer entertaining, if they ever had, requests to relocate the nest, not due to the safety of our children, nor the safety or concerns of other citizens. After 2 meetings moderated by Parks and Rec, Assemble Sacramento asked Our Lady of Grace to sign a written agreement worth approximately $30,000 in exchange for, 1, Our Lady of Grace's silence regarding nest relocation efforts, and 2, their support of the proposed nest location and other trail activation items that were promised to benefit the school. It is my belief, my sole belief, that Our Lady of Grace would either have to accept this offer or walk away from the bargaining table with nothing to shield its children from the potential dangers posed by the location of the nest. To date, this agreement, regardless of what has been told this evening, was not signed. I have been in close contact with the principal at Our Lady of Grace, and I personally brought up a couple of items, including the timeline, as a problem with the letter, so it has not been signed. I have also been asked to sign the letter, but I have declined. I do not speak for every parent at Our Lady of Grace. I do speak as a parent who has a concern with the location and continues to have that same concern. Now, it does appear that this is a done deal. After being informed of various council members on their positions, I understand this. But my message is this to my children. Malcolm X once said that a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything. If you truly believe in something, you stand. No matter how tired, you stand. And when you can no longer stand, you think about your next step. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Duncan is next, and she'll be followed by Andrew Sternfels, who's to close out the testimony.
So I'm here tonight to again ask that this project's location be reconsidered. I understand that a lot of your time and taxpayers' money has been spent on the efforts thus far. But you haven't broken ground yet, so you still have an opportunity to take the health and safety of our city's children into consideration. Councilmember Sandin, the last time you and I communicated, we discussed the conflict of interest you may have when it comes to voting on the nest. We specifically spoke about the probability of the impact to your family's property value given the proximity of the nest and the location of your family's business. In addition, you have personally raised money to fund the project by participating in bartending competitions that funneled profits to Assemble Sacramento. You are also on Assemble Sacramento's advisory board. Unfortunately, this is on the consent calendar, but prior to knowing that, will you be recusing yourself from a vote? Councilmember Ledesma, in addition to your property's proximity to the project and potential change in property value, you've personally donated $500 to Assemble Sacramento to build the nest. You've also raised money to fund the project by participating in the same bartending competition as Councilmember Sandin. You're also on Assemble Sacramento's advisory board. Additionally, you've had off-the-record backyard meetings with Assemble Sacramento that included talking strategies on how to get more donors on board and getting around the growing opposition that parents were voicing. I know all of this because I submitted a Public Records Act request that included any nest-related city business that was being conducted on personal devices. Our community members organized a Chalk It Up event that focused on fellowship and making sure that everyone that was interested in the Nest issues were up to speed on our interactions with the city and Assemble Sacramento. We were pleasantly surprised that you attended and spent the time openly dialoguing with the families that you represent as an elected official. You assured us that no Measure E funds would go towards the project. Since then, the mayor has told us that Measure E funds would fund the project. Which is it? You listened to us and assured us that you would be taking our concerns back to council and Assemble. In the Public Records Act documents that I was provided by the city, I saw that you and Andrew from Assemble had a conversation about our Chalk It Up event. He reached out to you to let you know that he had seen you at the event and asked, "Was that staged on purpose?" To which you replied, "Yes." Given the number of financial and personal conflicts you have with this vote, will you be recusing yourself from a vote? Councilmember Orozco, during a council meeting in the fall, a teacher from Westfield Village School provided firsthand commentary on the many examples of the health and safety issues that she and her fellow teachers deal with on a daily basis that are directly tied to the trail that parallels their playground. At that meeting, you committed to partnering with her and visiting the school to see firsthand. I reached out to her yesterday, and she's still waiting for you to come by. Generally speaking, outside of the financial and personal conflicts I've spoken about, I'd like to better understand how it's not a conflict to have a nonprofit in which more than half of its board is made up of elected or appointed government officials.
All right.
There's more.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. And Andrew Sternfels?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Andrew Sternfels, CEO for Assemble Sacramento. And since it's already been announced, also resident, also Planning Commission, also father of 2 kids, and also longtime resident of this community as well. I thought a lot about what I could say to add value tonight, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure there's that much that isn't already known. There's a lot of that was incorrectly stated, I think, to this evening. And so I do want to set the record straight on a few things on behalf of our organization. The first is the owners, the responsible parties on our documents for incorporation are myself and 2 gentlemen over here. The advisory board was created as a way to gain interest in the community and also to spread the word about what we were doing so that we could gather feedback from the community. And so the advisory board had no role in making day-to-day business decisions. They never have to this date, although we did let them know kind of direction, what we were doing, and did seek advice. And I think that's an important point to make given the conflict of interest concerns that some folks had. So it's our project, me and my partners, and this is the first project. And unless it's successful, there won't be a second project that you'll see on our website in the future. But we've worked really hard. We did come to you May of last year to ask permission to kind of go down this route, and you guys took a chance on us. As a startup nonprofit, some folks that you knew who cared about the community, who wanted to do something good. And for the last year, we pulled a lot of partners together. We drummed up a lot of community support through lots of interesting and exciting events to do that. And they were fun, and we raised some good money, and we brought on some great partners. In February of last year, we came out with a plan of the site designs for the project, and that was really our official public kickoff. And it was about in May where we learned about the concerns from OLG, as you all well know. They've really heated up in August through a lot of news interviews and uncomfortable meetings, but that led to about 6 months of regular meetings with the school, the diocese, members of our community, several of which are here and spoke tonight, and members of the business community who all came to the table. We did discuss alternative locations. We did analyze them. We brought back cost figures. We brought back pros and cons. We brought back concerns from the city in some cases of alternative locations that were brought to our attention. And the only thing we asked in return was for the folks involved from the Relocate the Nest and from the school to consider what would it take for the project to stay. And we never set parameters on what that would be, but if the project were to stay, if there were no viable locations, tell us what would work. And when we finally got to that point where we had that discussion, there were 3 things that we were asked to do. Move the playground equipment, which has already been discussed, plant some trees, and build a ball wall. And in addition to that, we offered that we on our own would do site activation through a series of programming that we'd work with the city to develop and execute. Everything that was asked for, we agreed to. There was no negotiation on alternatives. And candidly, if there were some folks in the room who would have stayed at the table instead of walking away, we would have done what they asked us to too. But we never got to that point. So I want to be clear that my commitment is to move forward with this project, with your approval tonight, and to make this project a reality, and doing so by keeping our word and our commitment to the school on the things that they've asked for. They're not here tonight, and that's unfortunate, but we're happy to answer any additional questions you have.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, thanks to everyone. That concludes the testimony on this item. And so I want to return to the council. I do want to just say a word about the conflict of question that's been raised. Throughout the history of the city, it has been the expectation of members of the city's elected leadership, whether it's school board, county supervisor, city council, to participate, to engage in the community, and whether that's folks who write a check or sponsor a Little League team. It doesn't conflict them out from ever supporting the Little League. Or helping be one of the first people to buy was a Bike Dog membership thing, or one of the first stools at Bike Dog to say, yeah, we're with you. Folks who want to do things in the community, nonprofits, community groups, and others, we're with you. This is all of our community, and so in no way, in any place in California, does the law or courts or anyone else have ever, in fact, quite the opposite. That it is an expectation of being a public official that you are active and participate in the community. So where there are matters of income conflicts of interest and what have you, those are very seriously scrutinized. But certainly the active supporting of nonprofit organizations in the community through donations, or my service on the advisory board for the community orchestra, for example, these do not in and of themselves present a conflict of interest in any way. So just to return, oh, I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't see, I have you down for a bunch of items, and so I'd put you in your own separate pile. We do have one more request for public comment, so Joe DeEnda, which was, Joe submitted in a timely manner, but I had him in a separate pile because he has a request on a couple items. Welcome, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I had a few observations I wanted to share that relate to the Nest, to the Little League Park, to the Reclamation District. But I'm going to kind of shelve those for the time being because I think one of them speaks to the disconnect between you all and the members of your community and the issues in your community. This gentleman over here was talking about dodging needles in his driveway, drugs in the streets, and you went on for some time, respectfully, about artificial intelligence, traveling around, going to, talking about bike racks. I don't think those things are really important when you're talking about the community and the issues that are really impacting people. Speaking to the Nest specifically, I think what we have with a lot of these items, and it seems to be a trend, is a general lack of communication, or at least good communication. The Nest is right next to the school. Andrew mentioned the advisory board. If I'm on the advisory board, the first thing I advise is that you go to the school that is directly next to the location of this project from the beginning, before you do anything. Let them know what the project's all about and get their feedback. That was not done until somebody, the school, found out about it. You have a similar situation with the Little League. I believe a similar situation with the Reclamation District. Putting an agenda item at the end of an agenda in this setting at 8 o'clock or 8:30, oftentimes later, yes, it makes it public. But that doesn't mean you're properly and adequately engaging the community on all of these issues. So, I think the council and the mayor, you guys need to have a hard look at who the community is, how you're engaging the community, how you're seeking feedback on important issues, okay? I think a lot of us see you guys hanging out on Facebook and at other events. That's not any commentary about compliance with the Brown Act. But, I think your definition of community is drastically different than everyone south of the Bridge District, okay? I would encourage you to get out of your bubble, okay? There's a whole lot of people that don't go to the barn on Friday nights, okay, that aren't at the cyclocross. That's not the entirety of the community. And I really encourage you to get out and seek that feedback. Don't just have an event and let them come to you. Seek the feedback. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Joe. All right, so The testimony is complete. Let's return to the council for further questions or discussion on this item, which is item 6. Councilmember Sandine? No?
Yeah, a question came up about activation of the trail, and I'd like to know, I know that we're going through trails master planning and et cetera. What are the, can you tell us more about that?
Well, in terms of trail activation, one of the things I forgot when it came up with an earlier question was the bike club at River City High School. There have been discussions with the school about engaging the bike club to try to promote the use of the nest for a variety of things related to the club use. But as part of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update, and knowing based on the initial feedback we've gotten from all of the survey work that's been done, we know that trails are a priority for this community, and in order to get them built, we need public-private partnerships to do that. In order to keep them maintained and safe, we also need public-private partnerships. I just came back from the California Parks and Recreation Society conference last week down in Long Beach, where I attended a number of sessions on public-private partnerships for getting parks developed as well as trails. And programming through trail ranger programs, volunteer programs, is a really critical component for trail safety, but also for promoting the city, promoting recreation, promoting athletic events, having trail walks and runs, engaging our active aging community. There's just a variety of things you can do to really maximize the use of the trails, promote the trails, and to grow your partnership base so that you can continue to develop and improve and program the trails long term.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you, Tracy. I do want to, the activation piece, it is important, and I know Natalie had brought up earlier that there needs to be a plan in place, and I'm not sure we're ready for that plan, but it certainly, if this is going to work, right, and I think it will. It depends heavily upon the community and the supporters of it, and those who have an interest in, and there are many people who use that trail weekends, weekdays, to make it work. So I know I've had conversations with individuals, trail riders, somebody interested in putting a rose garden there. We just need to continue to work to make that happen and be open to the possibilities of what that means. Because I think you're right, and I think everyone understands that we need to do that. And so I urge park staff to be kind of open to that, and as assembled folks come together to do that. So, Tracy, I don't think I have any other questions. I just want to make a couple of comments because I know a lot of the parents that came forth, some of you I've tried to engage with, I have engaged with, and have given you your feedback. And personally, this is a project one because it's near the school, where my kids went, and was part of that community, and know that safety is a priority for every parent in the community, as well as those of us that went to the Our Lady of Grace school. My kids were there for 10 years, and to see the progress we've made to improving the space around Our Lady of Grace has been an important part of what I've tried to do. And this, to me, including, as the mayor brought up, we've been trying to get sidewalks on the south side of Our Lady of Grace. It was a ditch before with an exposed PG&E pipe. We got that, able to work with our partners to get that filled. Before the trail, it was a rail line that used to store oil tanks down that line, and now it's a place where people are active and running. And so my interest has always been on this, is as a neighbor of this area. It's outside the scope of my conflict, but it is a public area. And for those of us on the east side of the trail, it's our front door to that mall. I pass by it every time I go to Nugget because I take the back wing in, I know our planning people don't like me saying that, but that go the back way into the, behind Target and wind my way back. And there's invariably people on that trail. I pass it to go grab a sandwich at the Nugget or whatever I'm doing. And I see people using it. I see people using the same entrance and exit I do. And it's an active part of our neighborhood. And it's difficult sometimes when we get into these discussions because you don't kind of see kind of where it could go and what kind of the improvements to that kind of public space can bring. But we have examples in the city where we put public spaces next to schools and it works. Are there problems there sometimes? Sure. And no one, at least I won't promise there won't be a problem here. The trick, for me at least, the commitment we need to make as a community is I understand folks took this, see this differently than I do and will agree to disagree. But my commitment is to help make it work going forward. And that means holding accountable the commitment that was made with the school to see the improvements are done, to work with the Parks Department, with the school district on the previous agenda item, to try to further improvements of the roadway, to get the Washington Unified School District, which we've engaged them with, is to bring parking. I know one of the concerns of the parents early on that I did listen to was kids that get out early. I saw it myself when the kids play a game of Frogger crossing the street on Linden, trying to get to Subway or to Nugget or to Target, wherever they're going. We need better crossing there. I've seen it firsthand when my daughter went to River City, seen a young woman on a wheelchair and have to cross that road and get in the road to cross the trail. It's not safe. I get it. And but the way we work together to make these things happen. And I have every confidence with the improvements. Hopefully we can get a grant, increase lighting, great crossing guards, everything else to help keep eyes on that. And we'll continue to find other uses next to the nest, up the way from the nest down towards it. In fact, I had a conversation with our old friend that are part of the Trail Riders Association, who are looking for ways to put benches out there because they use it quite a bit to ride horses. I think they see a use there. So I think it will take, I understand the passion and the concerns, I really do. We have asked the applicant to continue to work with the school and with parents to try to get to a place where we can mitigate those concerns. I feel they've done the best job they can. Thanks to our park staff for taking this head on and working with parents and with Assemble to do it. And I thank the parents for being involved and staying involved as much as you could. But it will take a commitment because we have the larger issue for us is growing a community that has amenities where we can enjoy trails, enjoy walking our kids, our dogs, riding our bike, do whatever. And I think the attempt here by a neighbor to bring something to the community that's an amenity is admirable, and we encourage it. We've seen it happen already with Bridgeway Play and parents that got together to improve their park. And we supported that. We saw a community come together in Bright Park when we had an opportunity to get grant funding for the Kaboom Park, and we came together to make that happen. We are doing it again. I think we have the Elkhorn School, which is a public-private partnership, coming up tomorrow, right? Thank you. Hope it doesn't rain. And those are opportunities for us to come together and have spaces that we all enjoy. So again, I understand it, and I listened, and I continue to listen. Because we vote here doesn't mean the work ends. We have to continue working, and I personally enjoy the trail and want to see it even more amenities and beautification, to my neighbor's crazy idea of putting a rose garden out there, to having the trail riders having more picnic areas that they want to have. That's important. That's the things they've communicated to me. And if we can help make those things happen, these kind of projects from what Assemble has done, Bridgewood Play has done, and other organizations we've worked with, that's the model we want, is to be able to have parents that live in the area that want to make it better, give them vehicles to do that. So you'll have my commitment that we'll continue to try to make it work. I thank, again, staff for all their work and trying to bridge the gaps that are here. I think the mitigation measures, even if it isn't signed, I'm still understanding that we should move forward on those because that's the commitment they made. So that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Orozco?
Had a few questions still. Thank you. Based on some of the comments and questions that had just been raised, could you explain, if you know, whether or not turning the benches in any particular way would have had, what impact that would have had on the project?
I know Assemble Sacramento, where I'm looking for Andrew again, they explored the positioning. The design as it stands now provides for the transparency so that people can see in and out. And I'm going to look really quick, reference the designs. So correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but the way that the designs are now, where people are sitting, they're actually sitting either facing away from the school, or there are seats around the tables, so that there are maybe a few seats where you actually might be directed towards the school. But am I capturing this correctly? I'm sorry, I don't know. I would need to ask Andrew just to clarify on the design. I apologize.
Mr. Sternfels, would you please like to respond?
I want to make sure I get it right.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. To clarify, there are no benches at the site. The site design includes 2 round tables that have chairs that are attached to it, so they cannot be moved or repositioned. They'll be bolted in the ground. And so there are 3 individual chairs, and none of them, the way we've designed it, directly face to the school. They all face away from the school or in a direction that's at an angle one way or the other. We also will have the nest fencing, which is the site design feature to create the nest feel, and then plants on the other side of that will be low enough to see in and out, but will also add to some visual barrier.
Can you, now that you said visual barrier, can you tell me about the ball wall? How high, and does it obstruct the vantage point of somebody who's standing at the nest at the time?
So I think we have not determined, and I have not confirmed with the school, the location of the ball wall or their appropriate diameter to height. We were getting through the agreement through tonight, and then the next step was to continue the conversation with the school on the location of the ball wall and how tall they would like it to be. We do have partners that we've already worked with who are willing to help do that, though.
And with respect to the agreement that was made with the diocese and Our Lady of Grace, do you know whether or not that agreement has been signed or?
So we met in early January, and we came to a consensus agreement with the group, everyone in the room, and park staff was there as well, on how we would move forward, and we agreed to the terms and conditions. I then went and drafted a letter that memorialized those terms and conditions and sent it around to the diocese in early January. We had verbal sign-off via email, and then after everyone agreed that we were ready to sign, after changing some words and drafting here and there, I actually reached out to Ms. Patrice Griffith, because she was the one parent from the organization who was at every meeting, who came start to finish, and I said, you were there when we agreed to this. I want to offer you the opportunity to sign on the agreement. I know she had several other things going on, and so she did not get back to me immediately. We kind of played email, phone tag. Her last message was that she was still talking to the principal, at which point, this was Monday, mind you, at which point I shared that if she wasn't interested, just let me know, and we'll go ahead and sign the agreement. So at this moment, the agreement has not been physically signed. It's a letter. It's not like a formal legal document. It's just a letter to the community, kind of memorializing the agreements. We're ready to sign it, and as long as the school allows us to continue to move forward with improvements, we will make the improvements we committed to.
Well, thank you, that's fine. I have heard the comments and have had lots of conversations with concerned community members, parents like myself, parents whose children attend Our Lady of Grace, parents whose children don't. I have listened and I have reflected similar concerns, at times thinking this through. There are countless hours where I've thought this through, I've written it out and thought it through again. I have no choice but to look at policy decisions through the lens of a mother, because that's who I am. And you don't escape your natural state simply because you sit on a dais, and you don't lose your humanity simply because you are now titled with the title council member. In fact, I sit along with 4 other human beings who care about this community and put themselves out so they can make decisions that they feel in their heart is right. I'm one of them. When I decided to run for city council, I had a few priorities, one of which was to make this community great for families and for children, and another was to ensure the public safety of the city. And as I look at this project, initially I thought, well, you know, I've done a variety of cases, some of which I can understand some of the concerns that have been raised. However, and I'm only speaking anecdotally from my own personal experience, none of which have reflected ever a situation like this, many of which, many of the concerns in my cases involve someone who has direct access or who knows a victim. But I stand for parents in this community who do care about their kids, and I know that nothing as a mother, as a father, can get between you and the safety of your children. But as a community member and someone who uses that trail, I also recognize the great value in making sure it's activated. As I mentioned, I was just on that trail with my children on Sunday for a nice 2-hour ride, and that project has a far way to go, but when it does reach its completion, we're going to have a fantastic, even better amenity there. Now, my hope was that we could mitigate all of the concerns raised. Unfortunately, with limited resources, only some of those can be met. I think the ultimate decision, what's going to motivate my decision today is whether or not I'm going to let fear make the decision for me. And so when I hear that we are afraid as a community for our children, I get that. But at the same time, if we were to make a safety plan, if we were to get an activation plan, if we had awareness, education, and utilization of this space, I believe it could be a gem. It could be a place where our children thrive, where they learn, where we congregate. And that's just the difference of what type of attention we pay to that space. If we believe it's going to fail, if we believe that people will congregate there and create undesirable behavior, and we turn our back and walk away from it, then that's what will happen. But if we decide to embrace it and become partners in this effort and find ways to make this space special for our families and our children, I think we can do that too. So while I have had my share of questions and concerns, and I've asked many of them, I do believe that we as a community can come together and find a place for the nest. And if we can find a way past our differences tonight, then there's a lot of hope for West Sacramento and and the Nest.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? All right. Given the testimony, just procedurally, I'm going to pull this off the consent agenda. We'll take a separate vote on it after this item. The city manager in preparing the consent agenda was a bit ambitious this week in terms of items that we wouldn't normally see on the consent agenda, and this certainly is one that needs to have a separate vote. So, all right, so we will return to the vote on that, but first we're going to move to item 9, which is consideration of Resolution 18-22 approving the sewer system management plan update. Councilmember Sandin.
Yeah, I had a question on that. If there's a staff member that can answer. Thank you. So this is the approval of the sewer system management plan update, and I know that some municipalities don't have coordinated services like we do, including the sewer, and having this plan is a key responsibility since we do have responsibility of the sewer system. So I want to commend you. The work on the plan is really solid. I noticed in 3-2 that the report mentioned that there was work needed demarking the private-public authority, and that was coming to us. So I didn't know if you could provide a little more background, or if that should be a concern of ours.
Sure. Good evening. My name is William Roberts. I'm the Public Works Operations Manager. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So yeah, Public Works, we're aware of the contradiction between Municipal Codes 13.08, 140, and also 13.08, 040, page 3-2. And that's on the SSNP report if you could refer to that. So right now, staff has no recommendations at this time. And Public Works will follow up with and get back to council ASAP. We do know it's important, and we do know there's a huge conflict with the verbiage, but going forward, we'll get back to you ASAP with that.
Okay, and that's not a problem of the report moving forward, though?
No, not at all, not at all.
Okay. And I do want to thank Councilmember Roscoe. She sits on our regional sanitation board, and I know that that's a lot of work, and there's coordination between our system, obviously, and regional san. So thank you for your work on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we're going to proceed to item 10, which is consideration of approval of a contract for professional services with Mark Thomas and Company Incorporated to design Memorial Park ADA upgrades. Andy?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This Memorial Park upgrade that's before you was started a few years back through a lawsuit. And the upgrades started to, as a response to create access to all in the park. And staff understands there's significant history with this park, and we have park staff here that can address issues about use. I'm really here to talk about the contract, ADA issues, and why we're doing this. So if there are any questions, please.
Are there questions?
Well, I just had a quick question. I wasn't on the council when this action happened, and I didn't know the timing for all the ADA responses were, because I know that I believe that there were other issues that were being handled. So I wasn't interested in the context of the timing for this one related to possibly others, or how that decision happened.
Hi, good evening. Cindy Tuttle, Director of Parks and Recreation. There were several parks, actually 5 parks, as well as several intersections that were cited in the litigation. 4 of the 5 parks had to be completed by April of 2020. Memorial Park is the 4th park, and then the 5th park is Bright Park, but because of how large it is and some of the Bright Park master plan, it was given an additional 5 years. So we've done, I hope I don't remember them all, but Summerfield we had to do, Circle Park, I believe. I think there was some work at Touchstone, and I don't remember the other one. But Memorial Park has to have the ADA completed by April of 2020. Is that what you were asking? Yeah.
Ms. Tuttle, can you
Yes.
help me explain to others what specifically needs to be done to make the park ADA compliant?
Well, there's several factors that the design engineers will be looking at. So, for example, the dugouts currently have stairs down them. They'd have to be widened and be able to have any player who wanted to, who had a disability, be able to get into the dugout. So we'll be looking at a various sort of designs for that. We need to have clear pathways of travel that someone in a wheelchair can travel to, for example, the play structure that is there, the basketball court that is there, the horseshoe pits that are there, clear path of travel to the pitching cage, which is usually means concrete. We also have to do curb cuts there for wheelchair access. None of the bathrooms are ADA compliant. The snack bar is non-ADA compliant. The scorekeeper's booth is non-ADA compliant. So basically, most of the major features of that park are and that's just a smattering of them. That's actually what part of this design contract will do, is to identify all of those areas specifically that need to be brought into compliance and what the options are for actually being able to meet that compliance.
Any further questions at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you, because I know one of the questions here is what next, right? Because we're going to get the design back to kind of figure out, okay, what's the scope of the ADA issues? So as part of this RFP we put out for the design, we included adding in baseball fields, right? That if is that part of the?
Yes.
Yes. That part of the design is how do we incorporate, right?
Yeah, the actual, in the RFP and the opening dialogues of that document actually talks about trying to retain as many of the existing features at the park as we can, but still bringing them into compliance. So if that means, if we're able to retain 4 fields, we retain 4 fields. If we're only able to retain 3, or if we have to move fields, that's all of the dialogue that will be looked at as part of this.
I mean, when you say move fields, you just mean configure them on the site, is that correct? Or, we may...
Correct, because of it's kind of technical, but we may not be able to fit ADA dugouts in the existing space, so that may mean that you have to move a field and lose a field in order to do that.
Right.
Those are the things we have to look at.
Okay. And then I also noticed on the project schedule, because I know this question has been asked of me, what happens next year? So I'm looking at the schedule, because 2019 was the year
Yes.
that there was unknown, and I know somebody mentioned communication on this could have been better. I think we all acknowledge that, but I'm showing here that we have months, February, I'm sorry, is that right? It's very small print for me. March, April, May, June, penciled out. Is that true? Am I reading that right?
Yes, and actually, if you look at, you're on page 19, council member, page 19 of
Yes.
23, the project schedule shows line item 32, Little League season and playoffs, 72 days, beginning in March and ending in June. So this schedule that they've tentatively put together would allow for Little League to be played the entire 2019 season, including opening day and the parade.
All right. Thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Anything further at this time? All right, we have a few requests to speak on this item, so we'll begin with Morton Guyvet. Oh, there you are.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morton Guyvet. I'm the president this year of West Sacramento Little League, and I know this is an important topic for our community, and I would just like to tell you that we did have a very successful opening day. I'd like to thank you all for coming to the opening day. Ms. Tuttle was also there, and
My experience with the Parks Department has been very positive so far. I know there were some issues with communication at the beginning when I kind of came in, but since then, we've been able to have an open dialogue and open discussions, and we've been invited to give input during all the phases of this Parks Master Plan and different things that are coming up. Ms. Tuttle's been very supportive, and that's why we're here today is just to show our support to Ms. Tuttle and her team with moving forward with this proposed contract, because we just want to get the ball rolling. I know we're still in the infant stages here, but we look forward to providing more input during this whole process, and remain and in hopes to keep West Sac Little League for at Memorial Park for 65 more years. That's the goal, and Ms. Tuttle knows what our goals are, and we've had very productive dialogue with her and her team. So I really don't have anything else to say, but I appreciate you all coming to the opening day, and we look forward to working with Ms. Tuttle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And thanks so much for your volunteer leadership on what is, I'm sure you didn't think you were signing up for quite this year in terms of the complexity and all the issues that are involved. And you and the board have been partners with us on this for years in terms of knowing that this was coming, and some of the challenges that we would both face in going forward. And we would not be here tonight on this item if it weren't for the really active engagement, partnership, participation, the review, the ideas, the suggestions, all the stuff that's been involved because of you and your colleagues and the board and the whole organization in order to make this work. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Martha Guerrero?
Good evening, Mayor Cabalden and council members. I'm here because I have a very strong interest on behalf of my grandson to preserve Memorial Park. I also heard about this in a roundabout way and was really concerned. My grandson is young and ready to be launched into Little League, and we're really excited about that. In looking at the development of the planning, I noticed that there's some very short windows and timeframes to provide feedback from the preliminary plan to the final plan. And I'd just like to make sure that the community has ample time and opportunity with their busy schedules and family lives to be able to provide that feedback on behalf of the community. To take a look at the Parks and Rec Commission, the Arts and Cultural Historic Preservation Commission, those are other opportunities because this is a landmark in our community. This is a place that families have been able to enjoy activities and see their children grow and have that self-confidence. So I just want to make sure that that project is preserved for the community. I also want to make sure that, that a community workforce agreement is established, because I think that we would benefit from having our residents get hired to do the work and have a living wage and benefits, and to also make sure that this project is done within the time that is needed and within the budget that was given. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Flint? And Pat will be followed by Brian Fitzgerald after Pat.
Thank you, council members. I didn't address you earlier. I'm sorry about that. I have with me a picture of when I was young and when the Little League Park just opened up.
If you put that, Pat, if you put that on the, where'd the table go, Madam Clerk?
And what I want you to know is Old Mary the fire truck. My father's driving it, and Chief Travis is in the back of it with a bunch of the neighborhood kids, mostly girls because the guys were playing Little League. Memorial Park was the first park in East Yolo, which is West Sacramento. It was donated by Arthur and Edith Turner in 1948. My father played softball there before it became a Little League Park. Volunteer firemen versus Yolo County Sheriffs, plus community members. He, along with many others, helped build and maintain this park for Little League. Generations of my family, 4 to be exact, have played and coached on those fields. This park represents a sense of community, fun, and family. It has it has been that way since 1948, 70 years. Yes, the league has grown and needs additional fields, and I always advocate for a complex, a sports complex that can benefit everybody, including fat old ladies. But West Sacramento has always been a Little League community. Right now, this Little League Park serves this entire community, which is wonderful. There's no division in the sport of Little League. It should always remain a part of the West Sacramento Little League and remain an active part of Little League as playing fields. You build it and they will come, and they have come for many years. I'm telling you that in the design process, I expect every field to be considered and kept. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Flint. Brian Fitzgerald, who will be followed by Karen Fitzgerald, who may or may not be related.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The first thing I want to mention is the statement that was made by the president of Little League and something that's in the council report, which is essentially the city has had discussions with the volunteer leadership of Little League regarding the project, regarding what's going to happen to this field. Where have the neighbors been involved? We've been coming before City Council and the Parks and Recreation Commission since 2006 regarding issues with Little League and the use at Memorial Park. We've had some good discussions, we've had some good resolutions through those discussions, but there's still issues. And why weren't the neighbors of that community who live there, who are impacted by Little League, brought into those discussions? In the March issue of the National Parks and Recreation Association magazine, there's a glorious article. I'm sure you guys already read that. Good. Regarding the necessity to measure the fundamental basis to measure what the impact of facilities is. I don't believe the city has done any kind of measurement about what the impact, what the use of that park truly is. Because if you had, you'd know that that park does not sustain the amount of use it's got through Little League. Little League has outgrown that facility. If you guys were there this last Saturday on opening, you would know that there were vehicles parked 4 blocks out from the park. There were vehicles parked illegally on the corners. There was vehicle parked, I live on the corner of 19th and Pennsylvania. There was a vehicle parked on the corner. You could not cross that street because that vehicle was parked there, and that's been an issue that we brought forward before. I believe that the city needs to take a good look at what this use is. I believe the city needs to come forward and have had clear conversations with the neighborhood, with the community as a whole, about what that park needs to be. Because right now, it is pretty much a single-use facility most of the year. There are parts of that park that are not accessible to the general public because the park is locked at times, those ball fields. It's not the way that public parks should be. I believe that in the design of this park, since it has to be redesigned, it needs to look at multiple recreation opportunities, different field uses. Little League definitely has a place in the city of West Sacramento. The city of West Sacramento needs to honor Little League in that, but they need to find a facility that can accommodate the growth of Little League because this park does not do it anymore. This was designed as a neighborhood park. The amount of vehicles that park there on the weekends, it's not safe for the neighborhood anymore. Vehicles are too much of an impact. We've seen it in the news in Sacramento of people getting hit crossing streets. That's going to happen here sooner or later. I would really encourage the city to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Karen Fitzgerald, will be followed by Danny Langford.
I left my sick bed to be here tonight. Welcome. Thank you for the work that you do. I'm here to talk about Memorial Park as well. I've read some of the reports and the proposals, and they talk about Little League being the main emphasis, the main person being put out or entity being put out. I love the Little League Park down there. I think it's charming. I love our community. And I want there to be baseball at the end of my block. I think it's sweet. but the impact on the neighborhood is really kind of crazy. And I'm here to tell you ugly parts about it. We were working in our home a couple years back, and it's probably opening day, I think was, because it just came on my Facebook. But a car literally did a U-turn on our lawn. They pulled up on our lawn, turned their wheels, and backed out and parked. Another incident, a gentleman came behind his vehicle that was parked right out in front of our house and urinated in the gutter. My husband went out and said, hello. So it's the respect that we don't get for, and ask us what we think of this facility and what's going on. No one seems to care about the neighborhood. And we fought for equal use of the facility, that it remain open for the neighbor kids. I mean, it's a beautiful facility, and I'd like to see it improved, because improvement brings hope and good things. And I think that more people need to be involved in what's going on. Why carte blanche just because the ADA needs to have access? Why can't we make other changes? Maybe scale it down a bit, use it for the opening ceremonies, use it for tournament or the championship, and use it for, if a team wins their game for the week, they get to practice the week, so they're earning something valuable to be on the memorial field. So I think it can be a positive, but I'd like to see it, care about the neighborhood, I know you can't govern people's behavior. That's evident these days. You can't govern their morality, but can you protect our neighborhood? Because we have a small voice, but we're property owners, and we'd really like to see great improvements at a minimum. That's it.
All right, thank you, and get well soon. Danny Langford, will be followed by Diane Mann.
Actually wasn't going to talk on this, but this is something that's very passionate on me. My husband played there with Steve Sachs and Dave Sachs on his team. My 3 boys played there. We've done a lot of, in the 31 years I've lived in the community, my husband was helping manage and coach teams long before we even had kids. I'm curious, because I've tried to look for it, was this item actually agendized and given direction or had public comments other than somebody just coming up at public comments? Was it discussed openly and you were given direction to Cindy Tuttle's, Parks and Recs, for the RFP to go out? Because I couldn't find it, so I'm just curious. Maybe I missed it, but I'm really curious. It's a lot of money. Granted, I know the park needs some things done. The sheet I've seen doesn't mention some of the ADA requirements that were mentioned by Ms. Tuttle. And honestly, we've traveled all over the state at Little League parks. My husband umpires for softball right now, but he's done Little League all over the place. And I'll say, Memorial Park is the nicest park that I've ever seen at that level. And every time we host an all-star tournament, people rave about our parks, our trees. We need to preserve those trees. If we need legacy, take the T-ball diamond, make it a legacy field. The dugouts, Little League aged children at fastball cannot have wheelchairs. They can't play Little League. They have to play in a different league so they don't get hurt at the major level. There's no reason we can't accommodate everything. Sorry, I wasn't going to speak on this, like I said. Memorial Park does need to be the mothership of Little League. And yes, we can use other fields. And yes, we all know we need a sports complex, and it is on the Liberty Project. I just spoke to the developer 2 weeks ago, so I know it's there. But it's down the road. It's $10 million away from us. So we do need, and at the 2x2, the superintendent said it's never been discussed the Westmore Oaks properties would be used for Little League. So all of this talking and miscommunication gets a lot of us in the community riled up, because, Mr. Mayor, you say one thing, the superintendent says another. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sorry, I haven't been here in a long time. Karina, is it?
Yes, Karina Roscoe.
You made the comment that Westmore Oaks needs to be the gem of I'm all rattled tonight. The community in that area and that West Sac Little League needs to be able to use those fields at the end of that meeting because you're on top of each other in Little League. I think a lot of miscommunication would help with a lot of issues that you're facing tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Diane Mann? And Diane will be followed by Tom Martin.
Hi. I want to thank you for your service. I'm not sure that that comes across sometimes tonight. I live around the park. I first presented myself dragging my feet in 2006, and I came with a petition of 60 families that lived there because we were overwhelmed by the use of the park by an organized sports league, Little League. It took 7 years to push back them playing 7 days a week in our little neighborhood park to only 5 days a week. So from 7 to 5. What we also brought up, and we had photos, and you did pass this off quickly to the appropriate departments, but it still took a while. Traffic was not addressed, parking issues were not addressed. They have not been resolved. I came up here thinking and believing that Little League was being relocated to the old high school. That's what we in the neighborhood believed. And I happened to run into Cindy for the first time about a month ago, and that was the communication, and she was hoping to hang on to a legacy lead or a heritage lead. I'm not sure how that was referred. And we in the neighborhood were hoping to move the whole. Little League needs their home. They need a home, but we don't want it here in Memorial Park. What we were hoping and what we were believing, thinking they were being moved along to the high school, was that we would have the opportunity to develop a park that reflected our neighborhood, reflected the value, the people living there, the different ages. It's a park that has a tiny little playground and a half court, and it belongs to Little League. It's outside driven, and it's driven by cars. So I guess, and the questions I have, it's like, so these new plans, when you're putting sidewalks, are you narrowing the streets or to put in sidewalks, or are you reducing the size of the park? Both brings up big questions. So what I'm asking for tonight from the neighborhood is that a traffic impact study be done, because it's never been done. We've complained about it since '06. We're concerned about the continued use of an organized sport league in the middle of an old established neighborhood. They need to take their heritage and start anew. So how do I get feedback that a traffic impact study will be done on Memorial Park? How do I find that out, that will be responded to? Can I work with the assistant city manager?
So when we're done with this, with all the testimony, then we'll ask staff to come forward. They'll provide some background. I guarantee you, staff cannot commit to doing a traffic study just on the spot.
Well, right, I'm not asking that, but I'm asking for future decision, like one way or the other, what happens.
All right, we'll ask them to respond when they come up in a moment.
Thank you.
They're not quite next. So, Joe, Dan, did you want to speak on each of these items separately as well? It wasn't positive, so.
Just briefly on this, I would assume that if I was purchasing a house in proximity to a Little League park, and that was something that was a problem for me, I should take that into consideration when I purchase my home. I would also assume that most of the 60 or so said families probably purchased their house after the Little League was established, and that they moved into a neighborhood with an existing Little League park. I think there is a solution. I'm fully supportive of making the accessibility adjustments, but you've heard of heritage and history, and not that should be an impediment to any kind of progress. But I played Little League there. My children now play there. I've coached my son for 4 years now. My daughter's playing. I'm coaching her too. It's such an integral part of West Sacramento and this city. And there's a lot of new families, you know, and I understand that happens as the city grows and comes into its own more. But for those that have been here and were here, that is so tied to the West Sac identity. West Sac is a baseball city, and it's always has been. Our Little League teams and our all-star teams are still some of the best in the area, and we're known for that. So to try to pass off Memorial Park because of opening day once a year, you know, I don't think there's any Little League park or facility. I travel around with my older daughter playing soccer quite a bit. When you have tournaments, when you have games at any facility, especially if they're near homes, you're going to have some additional use during that time. It's not 24 hours a day, every day of the week. During the 4 months of baseball season, you're talking about maybe 4 hours in the evening during the week, and I don't know, you know, most of the day on Saturday, but that's it. There's no games on Sunday, no Monday. So I think there is a solution, but it should, I think, address all of the concerns and look at the bigger picture. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the testimony on this one. Oh, I'm sorry, I already called you, Tom. Come on up. I put your card down because I hadn't made the call, but
He was faster than I was.
that's what he does, yeah. All right, Tom Martin, welcome.
Chris, how are you? I haven't seen you in years. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I'm going to throw in my 39 cents. My sister showed a little picture of us on the fire truck. It was donated, the land was donated by the Turner family back in the 40s. My father helped lay the fencing lines out, all that neat stuff, all the concrete. My sister, who passed away years ago, kept score voluntarily, so they put a nice plaque on the wall. This park needs to stay here. Now, if you got ADA compliance problems, here I am. I'll make the test, I'll walk. I can understand the dugouts being filled up. We did that on Diamond 3, which is the little diamond, years ago because we had a child that was ADA problems. So what do? Got a couple of buckets of old dirt from some farmer and fill them in. So there's ways to make this park remain the same. The only ADA problem I see is for myself is on Alabama and Euclid. Move it over 10 feet that way towards Delaware. Some of these people that move into the neighborhood, buy a ballpark, and don't understand they're going to be impacted are nuts. It's like moving next to a drag strip and say, I don't like the noise. That's nuts. But there's a way to work with it. So, being I said that part, the park needs to stay the same. And I got a bitch with the Little League, they don't tell the neighborhood. I got a bitch with the city, they don't tell the neighborhood. So all of a sudden, you get all these people all up in a fluster, and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Thanks, Chris, you're looking good.
Thanks, Tommy, too. All right, that then does conclude that was a great way to conclude the public testimony. So, Tracy or Cindy or Randy, could we ask you to address any of the questions or answer any issues from the testimony?
You want me to start?
Sure, I'll start.
Okay, maybe you can address the ADA and I'll do the next stuff.
Okay.
Memorial Park is small but mighty, and I've been lucky enough to be a part as staff of many of the parks in the city. And this is a really exciting prospect, and at least my small role in creating more access is exactly that, we're doing our best, and we're just at the beginning of design to take in all resources, advice, comments, and in fact, in the report, there's a statement about contact both Cindy, the project managers, myself, Jeremy Chapdelaine, We're open and available, a meeting or a phone call away. Cindy?
I want to speak directly to the public outreach that we will be doing. This will go to the Parks Commission for review. We will also be working with specific user groups of the park to garner input, particularly on the design features. There will be options that'll be presented. So we actually had an initial meeting to talk to Mark Thomas about the potential of options that would be available for everyone's consideration to address the ADA requirements. And as much as I would love to use 2 buckets of dirt, it's going to be a little bit more than 2 buckets of dirt, only because, as you all know, ADA is regulated by state law, and we don't have a choice. We have to meet those standards that are set by state law. So as much as we would love to do certain things, we will have to follow the law. Again, we will be doing outreach, again, to specific user groups as well as the neighborhood with the design. It will go to the Parks Commission, so there'll be plenty of opportunities for people to come, to look at designs, to talk about designs when we have those options available, because we are restricted by what we can do there, again, because of state law. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have heard that maybe we didn't address.
Councilmember Sandin.
I had a question about, the last time this came to us was actually in the budget, and this is the first time since the budget was approved that we've gotten anything. That's my recollection. Okay, thanks.
That's my understanding as well. This would be the first item, because this is, well, other than the litigation, way back in 2010 or whenever it was, but yeah, this would be the first time we've taken an action regarding ADA at Memorial Park. That's correct.
Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, sorry. Cindy, so on this traffic issue, is this going to be part of or is there going to be some kind of an analysis? I know this is a reconfiguration, it's ADA mandated, we have to do it. Programming is not on the agenda today, it's going to be coming later as we look at this, and there's going to be community outreach starting in March. There's a plan for that. But is there going to be any discussion about this? Because obviously, the crowd that's going to Little League has grown over the years, which is different now than when the park was first put in. So what's the deal on that?
Well, doing a traffic impact study is not part of the scope of work for this ADA compliance. I mean, there are, I was there as well as many other, and they are correct. People are parking on the corners, and people are parking in front of fire hydrants where they shouldn't be parking. And if I might be so bold as to make a suggestion that perhaps we could look at maybe some parking enforcement, work with maybe Little League to have them send out letters to their parents that, you're going to get warning tickets the first time, and the next time you're parking where you're not supposed to be parking. I'm hoping that maybe we can take some of those actions first. Maybe I could meet with the chief and maybe get some ideas and go from there, rather than commissioning an entire traffic impact study. I mean, it's just an idea.
Councilmember Roscoe?
On that note, Ms. Tuttle, actually, Little League did do that. I'm a Little League mom, and I received an email that talked about us being respectful of our community. Now, luckily, I'm able to walk to that park because I live in that community. But it's opening day, and a lot of families come, even extended family members come, because it might be the first opportunity to see their little leaguer on that field. So I know there's a lot of excitement and a lot of busyness out on those particular days, but I will say that the Little League has been a fantastic partner in making sure that the families are aware about parking issues. And if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any, well, I do have another question. With respect to other facilities that might be potential areas of use when these ADA upgrades are taking place, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so first of all, I should clarify that Memorial Park is not the only park where West Sacramento Little League is currently playing. They also play at Alice Norman, because as you know, there used to be 2 Little Leagues in West Sacramento, Washington and West Sacramento. They merged, and because of that, Washington has always played at Alice Norman. However, the consolidation of those 2 leagues have West Sacramento Little Leaguers playing actually at 3 fields currently in the city of West Sacramento: Memorial, Alice Norman, and Bridgeway Island. Even with those fields, eventually with the growth that is projected in the 2035 general plan, at build-out, we're going to need more fields. Our own Parks and Open Space Master Plan has also identified that we need more fields, not just for Little League, but for other sports as well, soccer and other sports. And so there was an idea of looking at other sites, including Westmore Oaks, and the Liberty Project for meeting those future needs, but those are in the future. So doing the ADA upgrades to Memorial Park will address the immediate need, but it is not going to address the long-term needs of not only Little League, but other, girls softball, soccer, and other field users in the community. So that's why we are partnering with the school district. As you know, this council did see a letter of intent that they agreed to partner with the city to look at reuse plans for both Westmore Oaks, the old River City High School, and the Charter High School. And those are part of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan that we're doing.
Thank you.
And those will have tons of public meetings as well.
Thank you.
All right. We're past questions now, so discussion, comments on this item?
I do.
Okay, Ms.
actually.
Roscoe.
In addressing some of the community's concerns related to Memorial Park, it's evidenced by the many comments that have been put forth. I've heard anything from Memorial Park yes, or Memorial Park no, Little League yes, Little League no. I mean, the future of Little League being questioned as a result of misinformation. And I take responsibility as a council member trying to communicate that to my community as far as as the best I can. But we're here today because we're deciding on a company that's going to provide a design for Memorial Park. And as I mentioned, I am a Little League mother. My children have played on those fields in Memorial Park in my community for the last 3 years, and I don't have any intention of letting them quit. So, just yesterday, I signed up for my shifts in the snack bar. And, I remember my first shift and looking around the snack bar and thinking, wow, this thing could be upgraded. Wow, those bathrooms sure do need attention. And now I see us having an opportunity, because we're legally mandated to do so, but we have the opportunity to make Memorial Park an even better gem in our community. And so I will say that I reflect the feeling when I walk onto that park. It is a little but mighty park, and well said. And I hope that it lasts for future generations, my grandchildren. And I did say, it feels like sometimes we're on top of each other because the park is small, but hey, I didn't say that as an insult. I like that. I don't have any problem with that at all. But I do know that we have outgrown our little park, and there has to be places for our children to thrive, as we would hope that every child has the opportunity to play. And I think that's why it is that we're going through these ADA upgrades. Not because we have a choice, but even if we did have a choice, wouldn't we want an opportunity to let every child in our community enjoy an opportunity to play? Isn't that the right thing to do? So I'm going to change my mindset and say, and I invite everybody else to do this. Let's look at this as an opportunity to make Memorial Park even better than it is, and so that way future generations can enjoy it just the way we all have.
Further discussion, comments? All right, very well said. I completely agree. I think you've captured the testimony, all of it. This is a great example of the passion of the city, but also the diversity of the city. I know when over the preceding 10 years, it was folks in the neighborhood like, what kind of idiot city would allow this to happen? Where there's all these games happening and all the traffic, and why? What's wrong with you, city? It's obvious that the community wants to have this park returned to the neighborhood so the neighborhood can enjoy it. And we've had folks come and say, on behalf of the public, on behalf of the community, you need to do something to protect the neighborhood from what's happening as a result of Little League's growth and expansion. And then when this issue occurred, the opposite, which is, what kind of idiot city would not do that? And on behalf of the public, here's what the whole community believes. And the truth is, these are, they're like all of the things that we've had tonight, they're trade-offs of choices that have to be made to try to accomplish multiple things at once in the face of legal challenges and growth of which reflects the success of Little League, and also the folks in that neighborhood who deserve to have some self-determination of their own neighborhood. And so balancing our desire to protect and expand the heritage of the greatness of what Little League is and has been and will continue to be, with also the right of people to not be forced to live in a museum to the history of the rest of the city. Right? I mean, none of us would expect to be forced to do that by everyone else. And so this has been a challenging time to work this through, and I really want to commend again both Cindy Tuttle and Tracy and Randy and the team who've done outstanding work to try to bridge this and listening very carefully, and also the West Sac Little League board, and then all the community members on all sides of it who brought these issues to light and maybe tonight to each other. For the first time, because they're all legitimate issues, including the right of children of all abilities to be able to play, and we will find the right solutions to get through them, and they most likely will involve a different Little League presence at Memorial Park. We can't keep growing at one facility in the way that we have, but Memorial Park can continue to be in a very robust and vibrant way the center of Little League. That's more than just a monument to Little League also, right? So it works both ways. The neighborhood's not a museum for Little League, but also the park can't only just have a plaque and a one day a year where we celebrate what used to be here. Neither of those is acceptable. But we are a city that's twice as big as when we incorporated. And 60 or 65% of the people that live here didn't live here when we incorporated, or more actually. We are changing diversity with lots of different interests and needs. That's going to cause these kinds of battles and fights. But the truth is, we've had them for the whole 150 years that this community has been here, and we're still here, and we still, even through the fights, we still press on and we still make progress. So, thank you to the folks that have come forward. The other thing I would just say on this general idea, because we've heard folks in this issue and others simultaneously say, you need to tell us exactly what's going on. We're hearing different things about what's occurring, and we want clarity. And at the same time, don't make up your mind early and listen and be open to new ideas, and we are trying to do both at all times on most issues. And so it is the case that at any one moment we are trying to achieve clarity and also trying to look for new answers and new solutions. And that's part of the process of civic engagement and listening, is to not have all the answers necessarily at the front end where it's not possible. And in this case, no one has had all the answers, and we're going to find them together. So please join all the workshops that Cindy and Randy are organizing, for members of the community who remain interested and passionate about this. Come to the workshops, give us your best ideas, tell us your worst concerns, and then as Mr. Roscoe said, bring the park to an even better life. So, appreciate it. All right, so that's it on item 10. We have one last item on. No, hold on a second. This is the longest consent agenda. Yes, on 12, sorry, okay. So item 12 is consideration of the terms of agreement and adoption of the memorandum of understanding between the City of West Sacramento and the West Sacramento Firefighters Association, Local 522. Mrs. Flint? 12?
This is what happens when you have so many items on the agenda that mean so much to me. Okay, I'm here to address our firefighters. They do traditional Santa runs. They're involved in bringing fire trucks to activities in our parades and our community events. They save our lives, our animals, and our community. They are our first responders to medical calls. They risk their lives for all of us being at times exposed to toxic chemicals. They respond on and off the job to any and all situations. Same staff level at the fire department since 1987 is not acceptable. We have grown, as Christopher always tells us, exponentially, or however you say that name. Yet, the city council, the mayor, get them accredited and immediately lay off firefighters. This has happened in the past. Then they cut their benefits because the budget doesn't have enough money. Retirement and medical benefits especially. You sit there and insult them by having them settle for a 1% raise when you should be flush with tax money, thank you. They are getting a one-time payment, 2 one-time payments, that'll be taxed at the highest rate. So that doesn't mean very much money in their pocket. And it's only one time, I don't know whether it's each year or whatever, I didn't go that far in depth. I am here to apologize to the firefighters and policemen who serve us so heartedly that the city doesn't accept your services as highly as we do. You deserve more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Flint. All right, so that concludes our consideration of the consent agenda. So we have before us items 3 through 17. We've removed item 6 for a separate vote. We're also going to take a separate vote on item 3, just, because I need to abstain on that item. And then we have contract template changes to item 10 that are at the council's desk, provided by the city manager on behalf of the city attorney. So.
For those items.
Okay. Been moved by Mr. Johannesson with that modification to item 10, minus
second.
items 3 and 6.
I'll second.
All right, is there any further question or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Hearing none, item 3, for a separate vote, is there a motion?
Do I need to, do I need to call that vote if you're abstaining?
Sure.
Okay, all those, for item 3, all those in favor?
But you still need to get a
I need a motion, I'm sorry.
I'll make the
Might need
motion.
that might help.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'll record as an abstention. Okay, so that brings us into item 6, which is the Nest project. So if there's no further question or debate on that item.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Sandin?
before we take the vote, I just wanted to clarify, there was a question brought up about conflict of interest, or there was a comment made about conflict of interest, and I've had 2 separate meetings with our city attorney to determine, my husband, his business actually is in Town Center, and so I brought that up to the attention of our city attorney, and because there's a determination made about fiscal impact, and I just, I don't know if our attorney wants to state more, but I had a conversation, 2 conversations to talk that through.
Right. The question was whether the business interest that was located near the project at hand would preclude you from participating in the decision pursuant to the Political Reform Act. The Political Reform Act does preclude decision makers from participating in decision-making if there's a material financial impact on their interests. There's a series of questions, however, because the business entity owned by your husband is not the subject of tonight's matter and is not directly involved in the decision-making and does not meet the other factors set forth in the FPPC regulations. We did not find a legal conflict of interest to preclude your participation tonight.
All right, so seeing no further discussion, is there a motion on the item 6?
I'll move the recommended action, and I know there was a number of items for follow-up that I'm hoping we caught regarding the activities and activation requests. So I'll ask city staff to maybe memorialize that back to the council and circulate, please, to the applicant.
And I apologize, I should have caught this sooner, but on item number 3, because we don't have a unanimous vote, can we actually take a roll call vote, please?
Okay.
On item, I'm sorry.
So return to item 3.
On item number 3, we need to take a roll call because we didn't have unanimous, there's an abstention.
Oh, thank you. So item 3, we have a motion, so then the motion and a second already. So I'll ask for a roll call vote on item 3.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandin?
Aye.
Councilmember Johannesson?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Yes.
Mayor Cabaldon?
Abstain.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, city attorney.
All right, so we're back to item 6. And the motion's been made, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's moved and seconded. If there's no further debate or discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. So as we move on from that item, I know that the team from Assemble Sacramento is here, and this has been a challenging issue for all the reasons that have been mentioned in the earlier discussion. But I just want to say, knowing the volunteers that came together in order to put the project together, and the local businesses and partnering nonprofit organizations like Bridgeway Play and others, that it, regardless of the other issues that have been raised, that a community like ours is at its best when not governments and not corporations, but people, residents, parents, family members, others in the community come together and don't just say they wish something were to happen, but actually put their skin in the game and pound the pavement, and in this case, beg people for money and beg architects who then stepped up to make it happen. We shouldn't lose sight of the tremendous amount of volunteerism and community spirit that was brought to bear in the project. And I just want to express my own personal appreciation, because this is what makes not everything always works, not everything goes great or easy, but without people trying, without people stepping up and voluntarily putting their own skin in the game, we wouldn't be the community that we are. So thank you very much for your leadership and for your contribution. Okay, so we're now going to move to our Administrative Services item. Item 18 is a continued public hearing and consideration of Resolution 18-8, amending the book of fees for various regulatory activities, products, and services. The city manager is recommending that we continue the public hearing to April 11th.
Yes.
Is there any objection? No. Seeing none, that will be the order. Thank you, Natish. Item 19 is public hearing and consideration of Resolution 18-19 for the removal of the east-west crosswalk at the intersection of 5th Street and West Capitol Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Jesse Katkar. I'm an assistant engineer with this Public Works Department. I'm here to give a short presentation on the removal of the east-west crosswalk at the intersection of 5th Street and West Capitol Avenue, and talk very briefly about the improvements that the Washington District project will be making in and around that location. The reason this item is before you today is because the California Vehicle Code requires that the public be given an opportunity to be heard prior to the removal of a marked crosswalk. The slide that you see before you today shows the location of the crosswalk that's being proposed for removal. Currently, it's a signalized intersection with the Washington District project. That signal will be removed. And because that signal is going to be removed, it is recommended that that crosswalk be removed as well. The 2014 West Capitol Connection Study stated that the removal of that traffic signal in that location would significantly improve traffic operations in and around that area. In addition to the crosswalk removal and the traffic signal removal, the Washington District project will also create a cycle track on West Capitol Avenue between 5th Street and the new intersection at 7th Street. It'll also install bike lanes from Tower Bridge Gateway along 5th Street all the way to C, as well as create a shared bike ped path between the intersections of West Capitol Avenue and Tower Bridge Gateway. In addition to these pedestrian and bike improvements, it would also change the configuration of the lanes to better accommodate the current traffic volumes. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation and respectfully ask that council open a public hearing.
All right, are there questions of staff before we open the public hearing?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Thank you. Just so I understand, West Capitol Avenue, will it be one traffic flow in one direction at that juncture?
Yes, that is correct. So from the new intersection at 7th Street, West Capitol Avenue would only be a eastbound movement, so towards 5th Street for vehicular traffic.
Okay. And will there just be, if there's no stoplight there, it's just a matter of just right away?
So when it intersects 5th Street, it'll be a stop sign, and you'll only be allowed to make a right turn movement. There will no longer be a left turn movement allowed at that intersection.
I assume there's going to be adequate signage for folks that are traveling along Fifth Street who might assume that they can then take a right onto West Capitol.
Correct, and we're also changing the geometry of that corner, or we're making it tighter, so that it's not going to feel comfortable to try to even make a right turn. In addition to some other improvements right at that location, it'll be a raised crosswalk, so further impeding vehicular traffic in that location.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johannesson.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Just a quick question on the two left-hand turns on Fifth going south.
Correct.
Are those going to be reconfigured? Because there's a huge issue right now, 5 o'clock, that folks on the right, or the number 2 right turn lane, or left turn lane, will go straight.
Correct.
And there's people that are close to colliding all the time there.
And cutting others off.
Right.
We are addressing that. There's only going to be a single left turn lane in that location now. It'll be 2 throughs, one being a through and right movement.
All right.
It's a good move. I've been in that lane a million times and have turned away from my home.
I'm sorry. Will the light signal be faster on this intersection? That's one of the biggest complaints that I hear.
So I know the signal at West Capitol Avenue and Fifth will be removed. Just with that removal, and we can have our signal maintenance department take a look at optimizing that signal.
Yes, please.
That's why we're doing this, that's one of the main reasons we're doing this project.
It's got to result in that.
I have yet to hear anybody propose a worse intersection in the entire city in terms of the amount of time that you have to wait for the light to change.
Yep.
And it is it's because this extra street is coming in,
Yep.
and the signal has to provide for all sorts of movements to do that. So this was the central reason, so it better be accomplishing that, in addition to providing the better access for bike and pedestrians. So I'm just curious, so if the raised sidewalk is on the north side of
The raised crosswalk would be north-south, crossing West Capitol Avenue.
Is it the flesh-colored?
Yes.
thing? Okay.
That is correct.
What's the black?
The black would be a shared bike ped path.
Okay. And then it ends, and if...
So in that location, we have a bike box right at the intersection. So let's say folks want to make the movement, or cyclists want to make the movement towards Sacramento and make a left. They have the ability to use that bike box and be in a little more comfortable location rather than having to navigate with vehicles to that location in order to make that left.
And how about pedestrians? I mean, following the law that pedestrians will go wherever they want to. In this arrangement, they would be expected to go to Tower Bridge Gateway and cross there.
Correct.
And
As far as the east-west.
yes.
Yes.
And do you think they will?
Yes. It will, so in that location, as far as the treatment for the median in that location, we're looking at vertical delineators spaced closely, so to prohibit and kind of train folks away from using that crossing. And currently, the crossing is also closed for temporary construction reasons. So we're trying to get folks trained away from using that crossing.
Well, these vertical things, would they be an actual barrier, or are they just like little tiny things to guide your feet if you accidentally? I mean, but you can easily cross them. I mean, you know this better than I do. That people will cross that. If there's a reason to cross that street, they will find a way to do it, unless we've made it physically impossible or highly unlikely.
Yeah, I have Vin K with me.
Yes, there will be, looking at this intersection, the black portion that's going north-south is intended for bikes and ped. Notice the sidewalk that's south of West Capitol remains, so a pedestrian will actually have two alternatives. Yes, the crosswalk that's, that ends, that goes parallel to West Capitol will be removed. So is the ADA ramp across Fifth Street on the other side. So that pedestrian path is being eliminated. The delineators that Jesse is talking about is actually going to be along the center line of Fifth Street to prevent any left turn movements for northbound Fifth Street traffic. The crosswalk itself is on the far east side of West Capitol Terminus. And by changing the geometry right there of the northwest corner, we're hoping to reduce or eliminate potential vehicular movements into the cycle track. We could possibly add some flexible delineators at the bollards at the cycle track to deter any vehicular movements. But as far as ped traffic, ped crossing is concerned, we're removing the crosswalk, we're removing the ramp. So if they still want to cross at West Capitol, it will be jaywalking.
Okay. Well, without trying to engineer here, I urge you to take another look at this as you're going to the final stage to put yourself in the head of a pedestrian that wants to get across. I mean, Capitol Yards is a fairly large population, for example. Right now, there may not be a lot of interest in crossing because there's nothing to cross to. But as the West Gateway, as the Gateway project gets underway, and there are restaurants and other things there, it seems to me that we could anticipate that people from a large multifamily housing development will just cross in order to get there. So thinking ahead about how we're, in addition to signage or whatever else, which is only somewhat effective, that we're creating the right limits. So the fact that the bicyclists and wheelchairs can't do it because you're taking the ramp out, I guess, is a step, but pedestrians are probably the biggest violators of that problem. And given the speeds that are happening on the street, because this is the corridor, I mean, this is essentially a new Jefferson and Harbor corridor that we've created in segments since the early parts of the 1990s with the expansion and extension of Fifth Street, then through the Bridge District, then through to the Mike McGowan Bridge, and all the way into Village Parkway. We've created a significant new arterial to remove pressure off of Jefferson. But as a result, it gets a lot of usage, and it's going to get a lot more. So having folks play Frogger to cross the street isn't a solution in this particular instance. So I just ask you to pay more attention to the physical limits that we can put in place to prevent the jaywalking in that space. So.
And if I could just echo that comment, I mean, I want to see more people on their feet, walking to Rayleigh Field, walking to places along West Capitol. And if we can encourage that by providing a safe pathway for them, as opposed to having them skip around Frogger style and putting an additional pressure on our police to have to enforce that behavior, I think that it would be beneficial to consider. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if there's no further questions at this time, well, thanks, and we're going to open the public hearing. Don't worry. All right, so we'll open the public hearing on item 17. We don't have any slips on this one, but because it is a legal public hearing, does anyone wish to address the council on item 17? 19, sorry. This is like my first meeting with glasses, and you might see me struggling. So, Mrs. Flint.
It would be a perfect place to put your bridge pathway over. That way, nobody would get hurt crossing that street.
All right, any further public comment or testimony? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing on item 19 and return to the council for any further questions or discussion or motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. That brings us into item 20, which is presentation and discussion on YOLO Local Agency Formation Commission recommendation for Reclamation District reorganization within West Sacramento. Ms. Hamilton?
So, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before I begin tonight, I wanted to address a few housekeeping items. You should have in a memo before you a letter that was referenced in the agenda report but was inadvertently left out, and that's a letter from the city to YOLO LAFCO dated October 17, 2017. And then the second housekeeping item is, there was a few comments in the community this week about the fact that we didn't include the entire LAFCO agenda report from February 22nd. And that's true, we only included a few excerpts because it's it has a large volume. And we did include the URL, though, in the agenda report so that readers could go to the online version if they wanted to. Plus, we also had binders, and this is a binder. So this is double-sided. It's like 400 pages. So we had binders at the city clerk's office and on the second floor if anybody wanted to come in and view it. So with that, I'd like to begin the presentation. Tonight, we're really here before you to share information that came out of the recent LAFCO public hearing and the recommendation on the Yolo County Reclamation District's Municipal Service Review. Their recent recommendation, which came out of the Reclamation District's review, is for a change in governance from Board of Trustees style governance to the City Council. And they did not recommend any other district changes in that particular one. Now, this is not the first time this information has been shared publicly. LAFCO has conducted 2 public hearings, both noticed on December 7th and on February 22nd. Additionally, the mention or the recommendation of reclamation district reorganization within our city has come up every single time in our city municipal services review. And that occurs about every 5 to 7 years, with the last one being in March 2017. So with that, I want to move into, I just have a couple maps. So when we're talking about the reclamation districts in our city, this map shows a good representation of the 3 districts, well, 2 reclamation districts and 1 state-maintained, which is local maintaining area 4. And so RD 537, the southern portion of RD 537 is shown here in the blue. The area that DWR maintains, at least they maintain the levees in MA4, but the city actually maintains the internal drainage, which is the old Reclamation District 811. And then RD 900 is shown in the yellow. You'll note that we are a city that is surrounded by levees, and with that, the YOLO LAFCO Municipal Service Review recognizes, as well as the UC Davis study that looked at reclamation districts in Yolo County, that we are a single hydrologic basin. And that's important because that doesn't happen very often in flood protection. Many of the reclamation districts span multiple political boundaries. And in the case of ours, our hydrologic basin with respect to drainage and levee protection or flood protection is coterminous with our city political boundary, our city limit boundary. And so we, in preparation for this item tonight, really this item is about looking at what additional analysis we might want to conduct if you did want to pursue the recommendation that's contained in either of the MSRs. And so that's really what this item is about tonight. And so we took a look at the LAFCO process. I've somewhat created this to be hopefully a little easier to follow compared to some of the past charts we've seen. And so this is specific to establishment of a subsidiary district, which is YOLO LAFCO's recommendation. So we start up here in the pre-application stage. We've kind of already had some discussions with LAFCO about what are the items they would be looking for in an application. Since this process doesn't come up every day, this is new to city staff as well. Then, if you were to choose to file an application, the process, it would require us returning to you for a formal resolution to file the application. LAFCO would then receive it. They would conduct their analysis of it, which could include additional environmental, other things of that nature. They then move into the filing of a notice of hearing. They do have to notify any other affected districts, such as the reclamation districts, within 10 days. And then there's, the reclamation districts have the opportunity to respond to that. So then, once it works its way through that, it moves into a formal LAFCO public hearing, which is noticed. And if LAFCO approves it, then there's the potential for a protest hearing. If they disapprove it, it terminates the application. And then this chart also provides for the different thresholds for protest and what happens with those thresholds. So it's complicated, but this is what we've been using to see what effort might be undertaken should you choose to pursue this. And so with that, we've looked at the application, and the application is pretty lengthy, and it has a lot of things we need to fill out. We need to be able to say how, if the city were governing, how the plan for service would continue. We have to provide probably a CEQA initial study at a minimum. There's mapping and surveying and legal descriptions that would have to be performed. So with the review of that, we've come up with what are some of the things that we feel at the staff level that we would need to do for additional analysis, and also probably taking that then to a commission or two. I noted the Environment and Utilities Commission, but it could also go to Transportation, Mobility, and Infrastructure Commission as well. Take that to them, review the additional analysis, and then ultimately returning to you for further consideration. But I'm not going to go through all of these. These are the ones that some of our technical staff have identified in some of our limited consultation with LAFCO staff. And so with that, tonight, what we're really asking for is, or we're recommending that you direct us to conduct these initial analyses on the basis that it's been raised both in our MSRs in the past, it's now in the Reclamation District MSR. We also have a General Plan 2035 policy that's in the safety element. That's policy 2.36, which recommends, too, that the city may want to consider consolidation or dissolution of the reclamation districts. We also, this was raised at the LAFCO meeting, and I'm sure you'll get more into it, but, there isn't representation for the renters in our city, and so we think that's another reason that we might want to take a look at this, as well as the multi-use benefits of our internal drainage system, detention basins, being able to still continue to have trails around them, and/or, other types of plantings and things that would attract wildlife. And then also, we believe there are efficiencies that could be achieved. I'm not going to go over all the ones in the agenda report, because again, this is more about the additional analyses and requesting appropriation to do those. And so, in closing, we're requesting up to $50,000, and that is, it was identified very technically in the agenda report as the general fund non-departmental budget, but it's really from carryover that is not programmed money in the general fund. And so with that, we do have several technical staff that have been behind the scenes assisting tonight, from finance, flood protection, public works operations, and also additional community development staff. So with that, I will conclude and return it to you.
All right, thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Johannesson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to just maybe kind of start from the beginning, and I've, well, let me get it back up on the computer here. So the matrix that you provided shows kind of the advantages and disadvantages of each system, and this looks like it's the value and the MSR recommendation options. So one of the things that concerns me about any movement toward taking over this type of infrastructure, considering that the city is encircled by levees, is the liability in light of the Paterno decision, and the extent that the city becomes more involved or more engaged in dictating operations and maintenance of those levees, its liability, it has a lot more exposure depending on the type of structure. So in looking at this matrix, I'm kind of looking at if it's not broken, why fix it? So the things that are articulated here, and if it is, then what are the alternatives? Is it, a separate entity? Is it, full takeover or whatever? There's other options that you provide in your report. So it seems like the two big ones are government efficiency and public access. Those are the two reasons, at least from what I can tell. Am I reading that right? The two big reasons why we would do this.
There's those two reasons and representation as well.
Okay. And is there a way that representation could be fixed by something other than a takeover or a separate organization? And I know you mentioned the public access, and I think that's important to all of us, that, we're viewing, I think, the levee system and those waterways is more extended parks, places where people can enjoy and go out and walk and wildlife, that type of thing. But it seems that there would be a conflict. The more you make those accessible, potentially the less able you are to maintain them according to standards that they have in the past. But are there other ways to do both of those things and not have the city take on the liability? I mean, the governance is, I understand, you either change the governance or you don't, and it's less efficient or not. And there could be some costs associated with that. But in terms of the public use of this, how would you address that?
Well, again, that's one of the things that we want to take a closer look at, the liability. I mean, we've done a very preliminary review at this point, but that's definitely on the list of things we want to look further into.
Yeah, I definitely, on the public access, because I think that is a big issue, to see what alternatives are, either keep the current system in place with modifications, all the way to city taking it over, which of course we'd have control over everything at that point. But I'd like to see that when it comes back.
Okay.
Councilmember Sandin.
Councilman Johannesson said he wanted to start at the beginning, but I even want to go back a little more. Can you describe the LAFCO process a little bit more? I know you mentioned it, but why they would even why would they go forward with this for us? Like what is their purpose, and just some general background?
Okay. So I was doing some research on this recently. So LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission, was created by the state legislature in 1963. and that was under Governor Brown Sr. And it was really in response to several agencies being formed post-World War II. And they weren't, when the formations were undertaken, they weren't really taking into consideration potential overlap of the districts and/or duties, whether or not they were efficient when they were formed, and also whether or not it was creating the best customer service and increase in costs. And so it is an independent agency. It's responsible for the implementation of the act they're currently operating under, which is the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act of Local Government Reorganization Act of 2000. And so that's where they're empowered, and they're empowered to review, approve, deny boundary changes, city annexations, consolidations, special districts formations, incorporations for both cities and special districts, as well as establish spheres of influence. And their main focus when they're looking at these reviews is efficiency and economic delivery of service to the customers, and also looking at potential overlaps between the agencies. So not every county LAFCO is organized the same way. Ours is a 5-member board. 2 of the members are from the County Board of Supervisors. 2 members are city members, which those members are selected from the city selection committee within the county. And then there is 1 public member, which is selected by the other commissioners. So does that help?
I just think that background's helpful because this is coming to us as a recommendation. I do have another question too about how, because I sit on the WSAFCA board, I'm curious about how this affects the levy projects that are underway, if it affects it, and how it might affect any progress, because I think we're making a lot of progress.
It shouldn't, as a subsidiary district, it shouldn't have any effect on the levy projects.
Okay.
There were no other changes recommended. And with the subsidiary district, basically the only change would be at the governance level. The staff would remain, the current staff, which are doing a good job on levy maintenance. Those would all stay the same.
Okay. I have some more questions, but I know it looks like there's a stack of comment cards.
All right, so similar to the Port District is probably our closest cognate. When the city incorporated in 1987, the city was replete with special districts, because before city, that's how everything was done. So we had the community services district and fire districts and the whole. And at that time, as is typical, when the city was formed, the special districts that were in existence were consolidated into the city, with the exception of the reclamation districts at that moment. But we are now the last city in Yolo County that has reclamation districts inside of it, multiple reclamation districts inside our boundaries as a result. So I served on the Hertzberg Commission that resulted from the 2000 Act representing cities. We had just done Raleigh Field, I think, so they were interested in our point of view. And we were the first incorporated city in this region in a long time, and we've been through the LAFCO process. And in addition to the efficiency and overlap issues that had been part of the LAFCO law since the 60s that you mentioned, the Hertzberg Act was also very much focused on effectiveness of government in terms of the incentives for sprawl and for kind of pollution-inducing land use patterns and what have you that were being caused by incorporations and mismatches between special districts and what incorporated communities were doing. And so the intent and the language of that law specifically said that the purpose was to consolidate into general purpose governments in the urban parts of California, while recognizing that for rural parts of California, the special district approach, the single purpose special district approach, will often still make sense. So that's in the opening section of the LAFCO law, and so the sort of the rebuttable presumption of the LAFCO law is that in the urban parts of California, like this one, that general purpose governments are to be favored in terms of the delivery, and particularly the integration of services and financing for those services. So, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any further questions at this time? Okay, all right, so, all right, thanks, Ms. Hamilton. So Danny Langford? Danny will be followed by Larry Langford.
This particular issue terrifies me. I live within a half mile of the levee, and I've seen RD 900 work day and night at the drop of a hat, especially when we had boils. I am going to read a letter from Bill Christoph that was not attached to this agenda packet, and he couldn't be here tonight, and I have the utmost respect for him, as I'm sure most of you do. It was sent to LAFCO, dated February 5th, 2018, and I've given copies to Chris to give to each of you.
And we do have them, Danny.
Okay, good. So bear with me. It's been a bad night. We're all tired. I served on the West Sacramento City Council for 30 years until my retirement in November of 2016. I also served as city representative on the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency from its creation in 1994 until my retirement from the City Council. During that time, I worked closely with the reclamation districts 900 and 537, and am intimately familiar with the operations of all four organizations. It's important to note that the formation of WSAFCA was due to the tireless work of Ken Rusig, the manager of RD 900. He successfully pushed the United States Army Corps of Engineers to make significant repairs to the West Sacramento levee system following the near overtopping of the Yolo Bypass East Levee during the 1987's high water event. It is a credit to the reclamation districts and their specialized staff that the city of West Sacramento has never had a catastrophic levee failure. The current approach to managing levee operations and maintenance and reducing flood risk within the city boundaries has and continues to work well. As such, I'm disheartened to learn that the city is attempting to take over the critical functions, including financial management of the reclamation districts. While the city of West Sacramento has consistently ranked flood control as one of its top priorities, it has never had the burden of prioritizing funding for that purpose in the face of competing interests such as roads, recreation, and economic development. City government can lose focus when tasked with such wide variety of priorities and responsibilities. This is a greater risk during periods of drought when flooding is the furthest thing from the public's mind, and when funds dedicated to levee operation and maintenance and drainage are most vulnerable to diversion of other purposes. Single-purpose agencies, in this case the reclamation districts, are the most cost-effective and appropriate form of governance for the reduction of flood risk within the city of West Sacramento. Reasons include, but are not limited to, the following. In terms of public accountability, a single-purpose agency is most transparent at its funds, can only be directed to the agency's sole mission and purpose.
Ms. Langford, I have the letter in front of me, so I know how long it is.
I'm trying to read it into the record, though, because the community needs to know.
It is in the record, so I understand, but the 3-minute rule applies no matter how long the letter is.
My husband's up next, right?
He's got it? All right, Larry.
Bring it on up,
You're
baby.
up.
I'm the closer.
You're up. All right.
Start here.
She's only about a quarter of the way through, so if you have three children with you, bring them up next.
I don't get as nervous, so I'm fine. In terms of public accountability, a single-purpose agency is most transparent, as its funds can only be directed to the agency's sole mission and purpose. This is critical because property owners are paying significant assessments for services and must trust those funds are being spent as promised. It's important to note that the districts are fully funded and debt-free. However, this makes them a more vulnerable target for acquisition. The standards and regulations for levee operations and maintenance have increased tenfold in the past decade alone. Compliance with those regulations requires levee operation and maintenance specialists, not public works generalists, who will have competing priorities in their typical workday. Since 2006, the state has made a concerted effort to shift liability for flood systems for flood system failures to local maintaining agencies. In that sense, reclamation districts provide a shield of liability for the city in terms of operations and maintenance of flood control facilities. It is hard to understand why the city would want to assume this increased liability and put its general fund at risk. Single-purpose agencies are best positioned to be nimble and responsive during emergencies, as was demonstrated by RD 900 and 537 during the past year's storm events. The reclamation districts provide the safest checks and balances for permitting of encroachments. This function relies on a separation of powers between the land use agency and the permitting agencies. Otherwise, boundaries may be crossed in the face of competing interests such as development. Most concerning is the city's bid to take over the reclamation districts appear to be a solution without a problem. Absorption of the agencies should not be done just for the sake of doing something different. Levy operations and maintenance is not like the acquisition of parks or library services, as has been suggested. The risks of poorly maintained and underfunded flood control systems carry potentially catastrophic consequences to lives, property, and the city's coffers. Lastly, I find highly dubious the city's assertion that it can provide an equal level of service for an equal or lesser cost. I encourage the LAFCO board to recommend that the district investigate cost and operational efficiencies through consolidation of services and assumptions of maintenance area 4. Having a single purpose and skilled team of professionals that focus solely on the proper maintenance and inspection of the levees that surround our city is vital. It is the primary reason I can sleep at night when our levees are being tested as they were in 2017. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of Yolo County residents and for your consideration of my comments. Sincerely, Bill Christoph. Boom.
Boom, you got that's, okay. Nice
Thank
mic
you.
drop.
And I think you brought up some points that you had asked about as well. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Nikki started in. Nikki will be followed by Tom Martin. It looks like it, but maybe he's outside, he'll be back, so.
Hi again. I just wanted to say that the citizens of West Sacramento did vote to pay more money out of our own pocket to support the flood protection, including levee upgrades, with faith that we would be protected properly through RD 900, not the city. The fact that the city is even considering trying to take on this enormous responsibility is dangerous and reckless. Going back to liability, no offense, I really don't have the faith in the city to take this on. Back to that letter that was just read, Public Works won't have the wherewithal to be proactive. They're only going to be reactive, which is not going to help in a flood situation. The great people at RD 900, they do work year-round. And around-the-clock hours during high rain and flood risk times to ensure no huge problems will occur. I feel safe knowing this. I don't foresee the city taking the same proper precautions to ensure its citizens the same level of security. Why would the city want to take this on? It's a huge question, and I have a very big concern on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tom Martin? Hey, how's it going? And Bill Denton's next,
I'm going to make mine real short and real sweet. Years ago, I told this council that, why would you build houses out in the floodplain?
Tom, could you go to the mic, if is it possible?
Sure.
It's because there are people there. I know there are folks interested in tonight's meeting, so we may have 5 viewers tonight, so and they deserve to hear.
This work for you?
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank
anyway.
you.
My bitch is why would I want to give you my money? You're going to take it out of this fund and put it in this fund and go, well, shit, oh, sorry. We don't have any money in this one anymore. Yeah, I mean, we can't even settle a Little League ballpark issue in the neighborhood. And you want to say, well, we're going to settle this issue about flooding and about the district. I wouldn't trust anybody with my money. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
All right. Tom, I hope you'll come back next week, Tom, or in the next meeting. Yeah, I do. I really do. I seriously do.
You miss my sarcasm?
I just miss I miss everything. So, thanks. Okay, Bill Denton. And Bill will be followed by Jenny Breen. Oh, you're up, Bill.
Since a lot of getting stiff.
Yeah.
City Council, Mayor, glad to be here this evening.
I've been a member of Reclamation District 900 for 50 years. And every time I go to there, I feel good in my heart and in my soul that I'm helping to protect the people of West Sacramento and the children of West Sacramento. But it really, really saddens me when I have a meeting with the mayor on a one-on-one position. He brought his guy with him in case I got out of hand. And it was in reference to Measure V. And Measure V was touted to the people of West Sacramento as a source of money for the streetcar and for reclamation districts and flood control, primarily flood control. And in our conversation, I asked for a line item showing the money coming out of that Measure B and where it was going and when it would get to the West Safka. And I was really surprised at your answer. I really did. I had a great deal of respect for you up to that point. But when you tell me that if it's in the general fund and you'll spend it the way you want to spend it, that tells me that you're not following the rules of the road. And that's exactly what you said. And then I turned around, and the next thing you know, we're involved in this LAFCO thing. And if we look at what you've got here, you've established a procedure for moving monies from the flood control into your own operations. You've got a system for taking money from the reclamation districts when it's needed, according to the city, according to the city council, because you're going to do away with the reclamation district board, is what you're going to do, as listed under the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg Act. You're going to do that. So we're going to end up with a group of people coming out of the city, going into an area that they are not trained in, and some of them will not be out there. As an example, there's guys out there right now in water up to their neck practically, cleaning the racks on the pumps up there. And that's a critical thing that has to be done. And when you get a big storm going and you ask those guys to do it, they're right there.
Bill, I got to ask you to wrap up.
Well, I'll just I'll follow the procedure, but one common thing, I'm getting ready to retire, believe it or not, and I hope that you guys do the right thing. If nothing else, think of the community as a whole. If you want to split things up and do whatever you want to do it. But let's keep control of your reclamation district. It's there. It's a one-line item thing for you now, I hope. And you can, play with your marbles and whatnot.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Jenny Breen? Okay. Jenny will be followed by Joe Danda. Oh, okay. Or by Tom Ramos.
Good evening, morning, evening, council and mayor. I was raised in West Sacramento, and I moved back when it was time for me to buy my first home in 1999. I've lived in all regions of West Sacramento over my lifetime, from Southport to Broderick, even to the old Four Seasons Marina back in the day. And yes, I lived at the marina on the Sacramento River during the 80s floods. I cannot adequately express how against this takeover I am. We are a community surrounded by water and levees, yet I have always felt safe and protected here. I have faith in the reclamation districts based on a lifetime of experience living here. I'm sorry to say I do not have the same faith in the city taking over these responsibilities and funds. You have a vision for West Sacramento, but at the expense of the current residents. The fails have been adding up, and please don't think we haven't noticed. Please don't compromise the safety of my family for a money grab. And please don't pretend that that isn't what this is. It's insulting. There's nothing broken here and no need to fix it. Consolidation makes sense. City takeover of these vital functions does not. I have been on edge for a while watching these visions come at the expense of my quality of life. But this is a whole new ballgame. If you move forward with this takeover, you will be sending a clear message to the residents of this community. It'll be crystal clear that a money grab will take precedence over the safety of the residents of this city. And I simply cannot stand for that, not in my hometown. Do you love this community? Why are you on this city council? Do the right thing here. We're all watching and we're all waiting. You have a very captive audience on this one. You're informed and educated tax base. Please vote wisely. We certainly intend to this November. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Ramos? Tom Ramos? And Tom will be followed by Dan Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor Cabalden, City Council, Tom Ramos. I'm here as a trustee of RD 537, and I also represent them on the WSAFCA board. And our meetings aren't quite as long as this normally, but appreciate you guys putting in the time that you do. I had kind of a prepared statement, but I want to answer some of the questions that a few people have brought up, and specifically Mark, because I think you hit a point there. The issue of public efficiencies, and then the public access, which might be someone that the community would want to look at and consider. And public efficiencies is really the economics of it. And the city put together a report that basically said it's equal costs, or maybe there might be some savings or whatever. But I mean, quite frankly, it was a sham. It basically cut off our little administrative expenses and said they get absorbed by the city. They took away our insurance costs. They took away all these things and said everything's going to remain equal. And we know, it's common sense, that it's not when it gets incorporated in the city. They're already talking about establishing its own department to keep it separated from Public Works. What overhead is added to that? We put together a economic report, and it's been circulated to you, and it does show, and it's based on your guys' budgets and economic and administrative costs that are added to WSAFCA, to Public Works, or to whatever, and there's a sizable increase. And you put that in, it doesn't meet the standard that LAFCO is going to meet. So what you saw there, and when you look through that MSR, and I'm happy you did look through the majority of it, their conclusion of consolidation contradicts what the report says. And if you guys look at it in more depth, you'll come to that same conclusion as well. Public access. I know that's kind of been a sticking point around here. And, we're building new facilities, and there's talk about having public access stuff on there. But, and the Reclamation District acts as somewhat of a gatekeeper, kind of telling the city, hey, maybe you can do this, maybe you can't that. But ultimately, the Reclamation Districts aren't the people that make that decision. It's going to be the Central Valley Flood Control Board. Those facilities are going to be under fee title with the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District, and they're going to be the ones that are going to make those decisions. So instead of us banging heads against each other, let's cooperate together and then bring forward a package of facilities that they will accept. And then we can discuss how they're funded, how they're maintained, and who pays what costs. I think all that can be done. Finally, representation. And this is something that came out of the blue, and maybe we can discuss it. But there has never been any concern about well, I'm done. So I hope I get the opportunity, regardless of what you decide tonight. You've all been invited to talk with us, and let's work things out. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Dan Ramos? And then Pat Flint.
Good evening, Mayor Cabalden, members of the City Council, Dan Ramos, trustee of RD 900. And I want to thank my fellow trustees, Bill and Brian Turner's in the back, Phil's, Hinkle's in the back, we're all here. This is a very serious matter for us. And I'll say my quick comments. I've got my 3 minutes, hopefully I can get it done here. We respectfully request that the West Sacramento City Council take no action regarding this agenda item and postpone the presentation until a formal, transparent, and civil discussion can take place regarding this issue with representatives from the RDs. To our knowledge, this is the first time this matter will be discussed in a public forum with the entire city council present and aware of what's going on. There's no need to appropriate $50,000 of public money at this time to advance this action to all council members aware of the facts of how Yellow County LAFCO based this decision. Tom referred to that a little bit earlier. But most importantly, I think this is probably the most important, and Mark brought it up, and is the liability risk to the city and its general fund if such a move was taken. We've done a lot of research on it. I think it's very important. I know the mayor made LAFCO in his presentation, that this is like us taking over the port. You know, we're not, we become the entity that said, but what you're going to do is remove the single-purpose boards that really focus on this mission of flood protection and flood maintenance. And we understand the word maintenance. If the city councils are making decisions about maintenance, you are, you know, you might think you're protected, but you will be liable. There's no doubt about it. You can, I hope you have your council provide you an opinion letter in writing on this subject. It's very important before you go any further with this. This is why the way SAFCA in Sacramento is made up of, it's the county of Sacramento, it's RD 1000, it's American River Flood Control Districts. There's a reason why these districts are set up like this. It's to help, it's to keep the liability away for some of our major general fund possibilities in terms of liability. Also, I want to recommend, there's no other city in Yolo County that has a reclamation district. The county does. There's not been a reclamation district in Woodland or anywhere else except for, because we're along the river. That's the reason why there's reclamation districts. So I want to make that very clear. Also, there was mentioned in the staff report that I think it was referred to RD 900 that the majority of the board do not even live in the West Sacramento, and that's not true. Bill's here tonight, Phil's here tonight, Pete Palmadesi is another board member. The majority of the board does live in West Sacramento and really care about this community. And you said Bill has 50 years of service. Pete Palmadesi, right, I think a little longer than you, Bill. 51 years. So, and I guess, you know, I just want to say, the small issues that are there in terms of planning and representation, stuff like that, let's sit down and work those out. If we need to redo the way we elect our board and stuff, we're fine with that. Let's talk about it. But we haven't had communication. This time we sit down, work this out. There's no need to do it, and be on with it. I know I'm done. So just we hope that we can have that dialogue with you before you go any further and waste money. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, so those are all the comments on, pardon? Oh, Pat, no, Pat, sorry, Pat, no, Pat. I called on Pat as well, so. We didn't make eye contact, so I wasn't sure she heard me, so.
I was probably talking. This whole agenda has had me up in arms since it came out. I'm very disappointed in each and every one of you for all of the agenda items that came before you tonight, with very little discussion, very little input to the public, and of course, no votes. It bothers me. The Corps of Engineers employees have been out in the worst of weather, shoring up our levees and making sure our pumps are working. They have been doing this for 90-plus years and have saved this community from disastrous flooding. Why would we change this? I trust them. I don't trust you. It appears longstanding families still sit on this board, families that have history. I trust them. I know the Reclamation Board minutes are fairly comprehensive versus ours. To me, this is a money grab, like the port was a land grab. And I hate to be so blunt, but we were supposed to have a vibrant port. We do not. Let's see here. I'm very passionate about this, and just bear with me. I do not trust the council members to take care of the funds properly. I've watched money just walk out of this room tonight, and some of it doesn't have to and didn't have to. I can't say enough about the Reclamation Board. I've been in this city for 69 years. We've come close to flooding a few times, and we have never flooded because of their hard work. So take that under consideration when you all vote yes again.
All right, so that does conclude then the public comments on this item, so we'll turn to the council. Are there any further questions for Charlene at this, or the staff at this time?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Orozco.
Thank you. Charlene, you had mentioned earlier in your statement that carryover that would be used to fund this additional analysis would be money that's not programmed in the general fund. Is that correct?
Correct. It's not programmed to any one department.
Could that amount be used, well, let me ask you, what those monies be used for in the alternative? Would those include salaries?
I would like to, I've got technical staff here. So this is Nitish Sharma, the budget manager for the city.
Thank you.
Those are one-time money, so those can be used for one-time expenditures.
Could they be used for salaries?
Salaries are ongoing, so it's only one-time expenditures.
But, like, say, salaries for public safety?
If it's one time, not ongoing.
I see. Okay. That's all the question, I see it says up to $50,000 for city staff, city attorney, and financial consultant. Can you help me understand what specifically that up to $50,000 would be paying for?
I would go back to the slide that I had up on the scope. So we'd be looking at, some of the issues that have been raised at the LAFCO meetings and by the reclamation districts, such as the liability question. We'd be doing more financial analysis. The financial analysis that was contained in the earlier LAFCO reports, was, we had a short amount of time to prepare it, and we had basically very little base data to gather the information from. If you look in, I believe it's attachment 4, not attachment 4, sorry. The budgets that we had to draw from are basically 2 pages is the most from the reclamation districts. And so very little information was made available for us at that time. And so this is essentially, what we had to work from on those budgets. So we're not saying they're perfect, but they were a good starting point. But we would like to dig into that a little bit more and potentially have some audit review. And then also take a look at CEQA. So those are some of the items that we've identified so far.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandin.
So I do have huge concerns about the liability issue, so I think that definitely needs to be asked and answered or understood more. And it seems to me that we do need, if we're going forward, this has to be an open kind of discussion. We're looking at this in an open way, and if we find it, if there's information that goes counter to what the preliminary reporting was, I think that would inform this. So I think that's why this is even being brought here today. Is that how you would describe the kind of next phase of that learning, going through that list and collecting those data?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the RDs have put forth their financial analysis. We have found some issues with that as well. There was some double counting. They were pulling from what information they could find. It's very complex, and there is a lot of information out there, to be looked at in order to even come to a preliminary decision on where you might want to go. and even filing, preparing the application. So, this would definitely come back if you authorize us to pursue additional analyses. Again, to commissions, to you, maybe multiple times. Clearly, there seems to be still a lot of misinformation out there. Several times tonight, I kept hearing that the RD staff were going to be replaced with public works staff. That's not been discussed. What it is also apparent tonight from what I heard is much of the public doesn't realize that during these high water events and these major flood events, city staff have been out there supplementing RD staff. We have been through flood fight training. We just had staff at the October 2017 DWR training. Wendy Williams, Senior Civil Engineer Wendy Williams is in the room, was present. Several other members of the CERT program were present, Public Works Operations. So, I've been through flood fight training and a couple years ago, probably more than a couple. But we're out there, city staff is out there all the time. So it's not like we've never touched flood protection or flood fighting with the reclamation districts. And then the other item too, public access keeps getting raised as being just about the levees, when in fact, what I keep referencing is the internal drainage in the detention basins. And the letter and the decision that the RD 900 made back in November 2016, which is they're no longer going to accept detention basins that have any trails or any sort of habitat forming aspects about them. And so that's an important vision in the Southport Framework Plan, is to have those multi-benefit facilities. And I know the ones that exist today are actively used by our public. There was a comment too about Measure V, and I wanted to respond to that WSAFEC has already received $5 million from Measure V, and they are programmed to receive the other $5 million in the next biennial budget. And so, these are some of the things that obviously need to come out more, and I think with additional analysis, that will happen.
And I think we're hearing that, like, what is going to change, and folks like what they have, and so I think that has to be explored and described clearly if we're getting more data back about this, like what is the service level the same, et cetera.
Correct, yes. We will make sure that whatever comes back will definitely more in-depth describe the changes. But right now, just at this stage, the only change we're talking about is the governance.
Mm-hmm.
Everything below that would remain the same, with the exception of maybe a few efficiencies. For example, we have some space at our facilities that have maybe some of the desired amenities that the reclamation district staff would like, such as facilities with showers in them. So, there are some things that we do internally that they wouldn't have to necessarily outsource. But beyond that, as far as the level of service on maintenance, operation and maintenance, I don't see us proposing any changes. If anything, it would be in the other direction, which would be adding more staffing resources to help them.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma.
Thank you, Charlene. Thanks to all the folks that spoke as well. So, at first, I'm approaching this as what it is, right? LAFCO does a review of municipal governments to kind of find ways to be efficient, right? So, it was LAFCO chose our reclamation districts as part of the review, and so while I understand the somberness and the seriousness of it, because we take it that way too, it is appropriate that we have an opportunity to evaluate the government, this relationship and this entity, because it is one that's obviously raised concern from LAFCO that it's maybe duplicative. So I kind of welcome it in that manner. I'm not afraid to look at something to be able to say, is it going to be better? Will it ensure the mission of flood protection, levee maintenance, drainage maintenance? Will that be better under this scenario or under current? And so that's the way I'm approaching this. But I'm also, and part of that, and maybe this is where, I am looking at it from a different, maybe sort of lens, because I work in the private sector. It is, when you take on an acquisition, you've got to know what you're really getting into. So I am concerned about potential liability. You've articulated a legal structure, I think, that is around a subsidiary, which would keep the operational functional piece separate. Which would mean, I'm assuming, that funding of the funds it has, its budget, whatever else, would continue to be held just like on its side of the ledger as a subsidiary, in other words. So it can't be used for anything else but its intended use. But I need to kind of understand assurances of that. Similarly, I want to step back to and the risks associated with. And I think it is true that we want to understand liability issues before we go any kind of further, right? Are we making sure that we have the proper analysis and everything that goes into that particular structure? What I want to ask, though, is if going down the path of doing the study or doing the additional analysis, from a process standpoint, and I agree everything with Councilmember Sandin just brought up, is the way we want this to be conducted. But there are check-ins for us, right, to be able to say and be able to look at these things and say, okay, because we did make some assumptions. I understand it was kind of your cursory view of, the initial view of what could be saved. And I think I did receive the information from Mr. Dan Ramos today. I didn't have a chance to go through it in depth today, but they're making similar assumptions. So I need to get to some truth between where it is, and the only way we can kind of understand that is kind of doing more. I'm supportive of the fact that I want to understand that more and do some more analysis of it, because it just doesn't seem ripe yet to kind of make a decision of, is it the right thing for us? Is it going to achieve what we want it to achieve from a service level, which I haven't got to yet, but from a financial perspective, are we making sure we fully know what we're going into if we were choosing to do this? So from a process perspective, we can get that analysis, getting ready for an application. If I don't like what I see, we can stop, right?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, we can take this as a phased approach, if you'd like, where we say only look at liability first, and we don't start on any of those. Or we could take on a couple of the components. We were just outlining the ones that we think we would definitely need to look at before even staff would feel comfortable coming back with a recommendation that, yes, you should file this application.
Is you brought up something that caught my eye, because it was kind of I'm not on the WSAFCA board, and admire all the work that's been done previously by Mr. Christoph and now by Councilmember Sandin, and all the work that's been done by everybody to kind of get us to a point where I think we're all fairly confident in our flood control management system that we have in place, from the levee projects to drainage, whatever else. But that's been, you brought up the point that the way that I'm thinking of it, that's been through shared services, shared, we know our roles, but it isn't as though we have not leveraged each other. We have not been working in complete silos through the years. that. So I understand the points made, and that the way the current board feels, but I'm also aware that we've been, in a lot of ways, working together to get to these points. And I want to make sure that, with that said, the level of service, if it's, I want to drill down on that in the analysis as well. I don't want to lose that, because it would anticipate we still have city assets, people, equipment, I'm sure, facilities that are going to be a part of, part of the ongoing operation if it were needed. And I want to make sure that it's considering that, the level of service, articulate what that might be, right? So again, you said, I think you kind of got to where I was going, that we probably want to add to it if necessary, because we already sort of are to a degree. And then I think this, the only other point I would make is just back around processes, is making sure as we progress, I think we could work down both tracks of evaluating, understanding what it is, and being able to work through any other kind of issues that they may have on the operational level. I don't want to stop conversations that may occur, but I just need to understand if this is a recommendation that we can actually get better out of it. I need more facts than sort of what both sides have kind of drawn up on some preliminary analysis they've done. So I'm supportive of up to, and the recommendation has 50,000, but I think you said up to 50,000 to do what you need to do, and prioritize it, and maybe in a phased approach so we can get to some places sooner. But I think we just owe it to ourselves to be able to say we looked at it thoroughly. So that's my view.
All right. Well, there are a lot of levels to this issue for me. One is a first principle issue, which is that the people of West Sacramento, the people who live here, the voters of West Sacramento, have a right to self-determination. And the 100-year-old system of reclamation districts we have is not providing that. If you are a resident of any part of Broderick or Bright or the center part of the city, you have no reclamation district at all. And therefore, at Wasafka, you have no reclamation district representation whatsoever. And that's only by property owner basis. When the reclamation districts were formed over a century ago here and throughout the rest of the valley, they were permitted as property owner based, which in the history of the United States has been a controversial way of allocating votes. But they were approved because they were for a specific property based purpose in areas that were largely uninhabited. And they were levees that were constructed by the reclamation districts, often by farmers or landowners with their own tractors pushing dirt up against the river. It was a there were virtually no people here, so there were no residents for a democratic system based on votes, based on people. Then in the 60s, when the Supreme Court issued the one man, one vote decision and said you have to allocate based on where, people, citizens are the ones that determine the votes. Even at that time, the court decisions on reclamation districts and other single-purpose special districts really rely heavily on the notion that except where there is a direct primary and substantial interest of all the inhabitants of a place in the outcomes of that government, then a special purpose property-based district is permissible. That's no longer where we are, because there is no other issue in the city in which every inhabitant has a direct primary and substantial interest, not a general interest as a matter of law, but a direct primary and substantial interest as a resident and an inhabitant of the city. And so to have a kind of a antebellum era system of property voter only voting is not appropriate, especially when a large swath of the city, the poorest parts of the city, don't get a vote at all. Because they're not in a reclamation district, so we have a first level problem. I mean, just as a democratic society, as a city that represents all of the city, and its people, not solely its landowners. Now, that gets expressed in the reclamation district boards, and 537 in particular, where I don't know that there are any residents of West Sacramento who are serving on that board. It gets expressed in who's representing the districts, but it is fundamentally a question of whether or not every part of the city has the ability to have its own self-determination in flood protection. And you cannot parcel the city out this way. If a levee fails in Reclamation District 537, it isn't as though the flooding occurs only in Reclamation District 537. As you indicated, we are a single hydrological basin. And so it's a fantasy to believe that the people of Brighton Broderick are not affected by the decisions that are made by reclamation districts that they are not even a part of, much less vote for. Now, that's partly technical, because even the residents, even the property owners of 537, 900 don't really vote, because there hasn't been a contested election really for those boards in, I don't know how long, maybe the full century. But it is fundamental. The people of Brighton Broderick and the center part of the city also deserve, in our system of government, the right to their representation. So for me, that is, of any government, this is the only government we have that is like this. And it is the same battle that we fought for the port when Sacramento City and County controlled the port, which we did assume governance control over, with many of the same arguments, in fact, all the same arguments against. Actually, we didn't promise that the port would become a vibrant port. I think, if anything, I've expressed skepticism that we could even make it work. But our job was to make sure the port didn't go bankrupt, which we were wildly successful at in terms of the city's operation of the port, representing the whole city and not representing somebody else's city, which is what was occurring previous to that. And that's where we are today. The reclamation districts and members of the West Safeco Board can be residents of other cities, and they are. They're residents of Davis or Sacramento or other places that are not us. And they do a great job. As leaders, and the districts and their staff do an outstanding job of the job that they're charged with. But we are a democratic city in the democratic country, and it is the right of the people of West Sacramento to be able to have to choose their representatives. Now, whether the proposal that LAFCO's approved is that be us as opposed to having a different set of elections. But whether that's the right solution, I don't know. But that is a fundamental, for me, a fundamental issue about what's at stake here is both the equity across the whole city, everyone being represented, and that it be the city, the people of West Sacramento, through whatever form, and not solely landowners and property developers from outside of our city that are in charge of our flood protection and our internal drainage system. It is a common complaint around issues of why does Bridgeway Lakes get to have a lake where people can use it for recreation purposes, but the lake in Bridgeway Island cannot? Or why is it allowed in Stonegate and not elsewhere? And it is precisely the issue that you raised. And it's one issue, along with trails on levees and trails near levees and use of habitat and parks. But the point is that it is the purpose of a city, the multi-purpose government, is to balance those issues together, to say, how can we achieve both? How do we achieve simultaneously the best possible flood protection and the best maintenance of that flood protection, and where possible, how do we also provide the sorts of public access and recreation and amenities that citizens are already paying for through their assessments? And so the first hearing of LAFCO on this issue, the commission was largely, I should say the commission was at least half skeptical about this. At least half the members of LAFCO raised all the issues that we've heard tonight, every single one of them. And directed their staff to go do further studies, do more research, look at other models. They came back, had an extensive debate and discussion about it, and then voted unambiguously and unanimously in favor of the proposal that the city take governance responsibility for the districts as existing and ongoing districts. It really wasn't even close. Each of the members of LAFCO, as I say, a couple at least who were vocally opposed to the concept upon first hearing about it, once they got into the liability issues and the budget issues and the management issues and these democratic issues, they've made it quite clear that this was the right outcome. Now, it's our decision whether to move forward, not theirs. So that simply because they voted for it is not a reason why we must. But their decision, the recommendations from the state water agencies and the national flood agencies, that there be more effective, cohesive approaches on these flood matters really do matter. So I think this is absolutely worth pursuing. I hope if we move forward with the agenda item tonight that one of the financial issues that we'll be looking at is particularly the flow of money within RD 537. Because as you know, RD 537 is anchored here and then also covers a large portion of the Elkhorn district. And it isn't clear that the tax revenues, which are principally generated here, are staying here in terms of within the boundaries of West Sacramento or the flood control facilities that protect us. And so we ought to know that we need to understand better what that financial relationship is. Ultimately, we can't siphon money, even if we wanted to, because it will remain a special district with a separate budget, a separate fund account, and it will be legally impossible for any money to be transferred from the reclamation districts to other city purposes. And as was indicated, as we did with the port, we actually did the other way around when we had the capacity to do it, because there were moments where it was so important, and the same would obviously be true in this case. And similarly on the liability question. So locking those down, but I don't think it's particularly useful to take one question and then move on to the next one and then move on to the next one, because they are so closely related to one another. The legal status of them, the legal protections, are also the same issues involved with liability. If you don't answer one of them, you can't answer the second. So I'd encourage you to dive in and answer and get the answers that you've identified to the questions that you've raised and the additional ones that have been highlighted tonight, so that we can make the most informed decision on behalf of the community that advances what we have been doing, which is the city council's and the citizens' priority for flood protection has been at the top of the list, year in, year out, without exception, for at least 20 years, and I think you can make a pretty solid argument it's been ever since we incorporated. And that's been because of people like Bill Denton and Bill Christoph and many, many others who have been a part of that work, but it has never failed to be the #1 priority, and it's why we are on the cusp, crossing our fingers, that we will get the federal appropriation for our $1 billion flood protection project, which is an effort that we have led. In terms of the federal advocacy in order to make that happen. So our responsibility for the levees, for the flood protection system, is already near total in terms of advancing the construction of that system and consolidating the maintenance together with that, and opening up the drainage system to things like the Main Drain Parkway that Mr. Johannesson worked so hard on and that others in the community have, and increased recreational access, at least as an option, is an important thing for us to be able to consider. So the specific answers, I think we can only know when you've worked through some of the questions that have been raised tonight, but I do think that both in terms of the institutional, kind of the governmental democratic set of questions, those also need to be answered one way or the other, and they will happen here, or they will happen as a result of the California Civil Rights Act or other legislation that deals with this fundamental question around the democratic nature of the districts that were created 100 years ago, and then separately dealing with these issues around operations, finances, liability, and others that have been raised this evening in order to protect the services. Other comments?
Do you have anything to say?
Yeah. Councilmember Roscoe?
Thank you. I've had several conversations with former Councilman Bill Christoph, including those that revolve around this issue and otherwise. And I remember one of the first conversations that I'd had with him, and I talked to him about his job on this council and what he stood for. And I remember him telling me that so long as you get educated about the issues and you stand for something you believe in and vote your conscience, you're doing your job. And so what I understand here happening is that not are we talking about making a vote about a hostile takeover as it's been deemed, but rather whether or not we're going to pay for further information that would better inform a decision that we would be making, so we can therefore vote our conscience. So I appreciate, that as my fellow council member had stated, as well as the mayor, that might inform us to make a decision that any type of merger or city taking over reclamation district duties may not be the right decision according to our consciences. But without that information, we would be ill-informed. With that, whether or not we're willing to pay for that information is a separate question, and that's what we're here to discuss today. So with that.
All right. Any further? Councilmember Sandine?
I'd agree with Councilmember Roscoe on needing more information, more data. I would encourage us not to close off the discussions. I think particularly as they relate to representation and voting, because this whole discovery may lead us down another path where we have another kind of recommendation that comes out of this about RD structure or something that we just don't know yet because we don't have the information. So I think this is this responds to the LAFCO action that's kind of in our court, but doesn't close off any options going forward, which I think that's at least where I'm at with this right now.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, is there a motion on the item?
I'll move the item.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries. Brings us into item 21, which is consideration of approval of a contract for professional services with Nichols Consulting Engineers for the Pavement Management System Update Project. Mr. Kay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Considering it is late in the evening, I'll try to be as brief as possible with my presentation. This is typically a consent item, but considering the increased request for service to address potholes due to recent wet weather, staff is providing a forward-looking update of what to expect in terms of road maintenance activities the city is currently engaged in. My brief presentation tonight will include a summary of road maintenance projects that's currently in progress, some background information from the last pavement management update, the city's three-pronged approach to fixing our roads, and current available funding sources. The current projects that staff is currently engaged in includes a State Street design. We're hoping to have that ready for construction in early 2019 if funding is available. Just a brief mention on that, we're also working on designing and constructing water and sewer improvements in that area as well. Roughly the boundary is basically south of 15th Street, east of Park Boulevard, and west of Jefferson and north of Stone Boulevard. There was a project in the past that's north of 15th Street, but that's a small portion of State Street.
Vin, before you go on, you said if funding is available, are you referencing the potential repeal of SB1? Or between SB1 and Measure E, why would there not be funding available for this project?
Currently, we only have funding for design. We don't have funding for construction yet.
You mean formally appropriated, or?
Correct. It has not been formally appropriated. We're expecting that to exceed $3 million.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to interrupt this presentation, but I recall that we had when it's not a unanimous vote, we have to do a roll call vote on the last vote. Is that correct, or is that just what's on the consent calendar?
That was a particular form of action that required.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to, sorry, I just didn't want us to keep going and have to handle that later. Thanks.
Okay. Next is the West Capitol Avenue Road Rehab and Safety Enhancement Project. We will be coming forward shortly in, I think, April 25th with a award for council to consider to select the consultant to design the project. The project will be designed in two phases. The second phase will be funded partially by Measure E. Again, with that project and the various grant funding sources, we will have to begin construction on Phase 1 in early 2019. If we are funded for the second phase, which is the far west end of that corridor, we can start construction at approximately the same time as well. Next on the list is, what we deem the 2018 pavement and striping repair contract. That is due to some of the recent failed pavements, particularly on Industrial Boulevard and Southport Parkway. This is repair work that's beyond the capability of our maintenance crews, so we will have to contract this out. Staff is currently working on that. We hope to advertise that this week and, come to council with award consideration early May, and we can get started as soon as early June. Again, at that time, we'll be asking for funding, possibly Measure E or other sources. And lastly, tonight's topic, which is the payment management update. We will be asking council to consider award to our consultant to begin this work, which includes data collection, data analysis, and, reporting, in order to come up with a prioritized list of projects. Briefly, from our last payment management update, here's some data. The city of West Sacramento has approximately 400 lane miles. Our pavement network is worth approximately $261 million. At that time, the pavement condition index was determined to be 74, which is good for the overall network. And relative to the state, we were, substantially better. The state was 66. But the backlog, the amount that's needed to bring all our conditions into good condition, good repair, is $69 million at that time. The three items I'm going to go over really briefly is, routine maintenance. This is typically work that's handled by our maintenance crews. Includes street sweeping, pothole patching, crack sealing, graffiti abatement, signal maintenance, street sign maintenance, cleaning up of illegally dumped, debris, and miscellaneous maintenance. Street rehabilitation is what we have been able to accomplish over the past dozen years or so with Measure K and accelerated Measure K projects. Briefly, it's different levels of repair needed. Thin overlays is less than 6 inches. The thicker mill and fill is 6 inches or deeper. And in certain cases, we would have to do a full street section reconstruction. The design that's typically associated with these rehab projects, as you can tell from the slide, the top right slide is from the thin overlay of West Acre Road. On your lower left is ADA access ramps that have to be removed and replaced and reconstructed. And then on the right is the finished product on Cummins Way. The picture on the lower left is from the Westmore Oaks neighborhood. And most of the design actually goes into the drainage surveying and the ADA repair designs. Last of our three-prong approach is pavement preservation that includes slurry seals, chip seals, and a cape seal is basically a combination of chip seals and slurry seal. With pavement preservation, it gives the city an opportunity to refresh our delineation and markings. As you may be aware, what we put down on the street as far as delineation does wear out over time, and with the amount of arterial streets we have, our crews cannot keep up with it with the necessary traffic control. So ideally for pavement preservation, if we can get into a cycle where we can resurface our streets that are in relatively good condition every 5 to 7 years, it also gives us an opportunity to bring our delineation into compliance. And then with this slide, I would like to go over a little bit of the budget that's available for road maintenance. Across the top there, for routine maintenance, we have the gas tax, which continues to decline, along with the Measure K, which is approximately $500,000. And then for capital projects, we have the waste management contract, which is $250,000, Measure E, which is $500,000, and SB1, we're projecting to get $1.2 million. And we have been successful and will continue to try to leverage more grants. And then lastly, with that lower graphic there, this graphic illustrates why that it is far more cost-effective to fix our roads while they're still in good condition, primarily from a cost efficiency standpoint. Pavement preservation, $130,000 a lane mile. Rehabilitation's over $500,000 per lane mile. Reconstruction will run $2 to $3 million per lane mile. And then with that, just to give you a look ahead on the schedule for this particular project, we intend to go to TMI Commission for a workshop in July and then follow up with council to ask for policy guidance. And in the second phase, we will be going back to the TMI with presentation of a list of projects in September, and then back to council for approval of that list. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have and ask council to consider the action.
All right, are there any questions for me? Councilmember Sandine?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. At one point, we heard, and I don't know if I'm misremembering this, that we might get a list of all the roads in West Sacramento and then when and if they may be rehabilitated or maintained, so that if, let's say, you live in a rural part of the city that doesn't have much traffic, but at some point, is it on a list? Because I've fielded questions from folks wondering when their turn is to fix their road. And you've done a good job, I think, showing us the limitations and that we really have to prioritize, but there's still a sense like, well, I'm paying taxes, but I'm never getting a benefit. So I would love to understand if we'll ever have a list like that. So at least someone could say, oh, this is my road. Okay, I'm maybe in 20 years, or just something, so there's some information.
Yes, the data collection will encompass the entire network, so the entire city. We're actually going to geographically link this with our GIS system, so we will have a map indicating the pavement condition of all the roads in the city. Now, when we do return with the list, of course, the prioritization of that list will be with TMI input as well as council input. The list should encompass all the streets within the city. Now, where the ranking of the projects fall, that will be dependent on the guidance we get.
Right, but at least it's information. I mean, it's information in the absence of never knowing.
Right.
Right, okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Could we have a couple of requests for public comment on this? Thanks, Ben. The first is Danny Langford, followed by Pat Flint.
To say I'm so disappointed to stand in front of you tonight. I'm in tears over what has happened at this meeting tonight. Really, $87,000 for how to fix frickin' potholes? We don't have that already in our public works. I just don't get it. Like Pat said, we've watched money walk out this door. I want to be in tears. I don't think any of you are listening to the community. And this is kind of like the straw that's broken my back tonight, kind of literally, because I have back issues. But my gosh, Davis Road, it's heavily trafficked. We weren't supposed to have big trucks on it. It's major potholes out at our place. We don't already have this in place? I don't get it. I don't get it. I am so disappointed. And I love our city. Or I wouldn't have sat here all night, and I wouldn't have sat here for years after years. I know I've been gone a while. But come on, guys. Seriously.
All right, Pat Flint.
I know you're tired of looking at me and listening to me, but a city employee rewrote our general plan. Why cannot a city employee rewrite our road structure, or whatever you're calling this, pavement management system. I mean, you are spending so much money. Rumors out there that we're going bankrupt. I haven't looked at the budgets, but I plan to. You are not listening to the public. You are not working for the public. There is one person that has a voice up there, and that's sitting right there in the middle. The rest of you have no voice. I'm very upset.
All right, so that ends, completes the public comment on this item. Is there further council questions or discussion?
I'll just speak briefly on it. So this is a plan. I know this is the plan we need to have, and you're planning to deliver it, and the schedule is fine. And I'm glad that we now have, as you detailed in your report, there was no road maintenance fund to even get a plan in place, funding to get the plan in place. So I'm glad we have funds available and now in Measure E that are able to help pay for this, and we're able to leverage SB1 funds to keep it up, because the expectation is that we can have this as a continual thing to keep up on. All right, so I'm just going to leave it at that, and please work expeditiously and as prudently as possible to get us to where we have a list of projects and people can see the road improvements, particularly, and I know your priority, we already know it's going to be in the state streets, right? And we just need to get there. Thank you.
I agree. I mean, I know this is necessary. I also want to avoid getting perfect information about something that we can't do. I mean, I don't want to get more and more studies to tell us more and more detail about $69 million that we don't have and we're not going to have. So the priority is to get in the roads and fix them, and not to get better and better and better and better and better at inventorying roads that need to be fixed. I just think that's essential, and that's why both the voters of West Sacramento, hopefully the voters of the state, if they're called upon to repeal SB1, will keep that in mind, that we need to make these improvements. I hope as we're looking, having said that, what a road is, by the time we're looking at, year 5 of this, could be dramatically different in terms of, what's happening with vehicle technology, and alternatives to vehicles as well. And those changes are happening very, very rapidly. I think I reported at an earlier time that in Pittsburgh, roughly 2/3 of the residents of Pittsburgh, which is not a small city, report that they have already had an experience with an automated vehicle, either riding one, ordering a pizza with one, or encountering one on the street. And of those residents, of the 2/3 of residents that have had that experience, more than half of them trust the automated vehicle system more than a human driver. So and their demands are for laws that prohibit human beings from driving. Already in Pittsburgh, in Austin, you have 50% chance if you order a pizza that it's going to come by an automated vehicle. So as we're developing a strategy and a plan for managing pavement into the future, the pavement needs, even for automated vehicles, are quite different in terms of the sheer amount of pavement actually that's required. So we ought to be, without doing a whole new study about smart roads and all of that, we should have an eye on the future as we're looking at a plan that purports to be looking into 5 or 10 years of spending money. So, all right, are there further comments on this one? Is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Mayor
And-
Cabalton, I'm sorry, if I could get your attention back on item 20.
Yeah.
We all heard that it was a unanimous vote, but it's my understanding now that it was not a unanimous vote. Can I get some clarification on that, please?
For item 20,
Yes.
my vote was nay.
Then I request that we do a roll call vote so it's clear on the record, the voting, please.
Is this a new recommendation from
The
Chronic?
Brown
or-
Act required about 2 years ago that anytime there's not a unanimous
That can be
decision,
wrong.
that it...
Okay,
yes.
this is what Councilmember Santine's
Right.
referencing.
That's
All
what
right.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't reference the Brown Act, but yeah.
Okay,
2
so we
years ago.
return to item 20, expunge the roll on that, and, but the motion is still active, is still live, so if the clerk would please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Johannesson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
No.
Mayor Cabaldon?
Yes.
And Councilmember Sandin?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so that motion carries, so we'll return back to the motion on item 22 then. Let's see. Oh, sorry, 21, yeah, I've already turned the page. All right, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 2 is consideration of the West Sacramento Via On-Demand Rideshare Pilot Service Features, Branding, and Progress Reporting Framework. Mr. McCoy?
Good morning, Council. We've got before you a presentation pertaining to the rideshare pilot with VIA. Joining me is Obina Maniki from New York, who just flew in today, so he's a real trooper today. I have the presentation here loaded up. I'm going to run through it as quickly as possible. The council has received a background on this pilot project in the past. The concept was introduced as part of the broader mobility action plan, looking for ways to improve mobility and access in the city by streamlining our public transit service to make our fixed route system more efficient and to look into other alternatives for our dwindling ridership that we have on existing bus service by launching this new pilot program. We've had a number of meetings with both the Transportation Mobility and Infrastructure Commission as well as with City Council, and here I've listed a number of the actions, including the goals of the pilot project, reducing VMT and congestion, enabling car-free living, et cetera. I've got here a list of project milestones. This actually went before the City Council in January. We're recommending an initial launch of this pilot May 14th, 2018. We'll be completing quarterly performance reports for the pilot, as well as returning to the council monthly as directed at the last update for this project. We're currently in phase 1 of the pilot project, where we're identifying how the project itself will operate, developing a marketing plan, conducting preliminary outreach, and developing service parameters. We're also looking at options for wheelchair accessible rides, including providing retrofitted Mercedes Metris vans or contracting with Yellow Cab. We're still identifying those alternatives. The idea behind the phased launch is to introduce limited hours to build demand in a more cost-effective way and to use preliminary ridership data to inform changes or expansion to our service hours, number of vehicles, and other demand changes, including the need for more wheelchair-accessible vehicles or even bike racks on vehicles. Initially, staff introduced a concept of a limited 6 square mile geographic area, and that was actually presented to the TMI Commission. But after further consideration and discussion with VIA, we've opted to go for a full citywide launch using limited service parameters for hours as opposed to geographic area. That'll also allow us to collect data citywide and actually provide more access across the board for use of this pilot. VIA, regarding the limited hours, VIA has communicated that other cities have experienced weekday morning and evenings and Saturdays as the primary hours with the most demand. So the initial operating hours for the launch have been proposed to be Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. But as ridership increases and usage data comes in, we expect that those hours may be optimized or increased, and even special event hours or nighttime hours could be introduced in phase 3 of the project. Proposed fares. When we received VIA's proposal and following our initial workshop with the City Council, the concept for the service was that there would be a flat fare, much like regular transit service, and that would be somewhere between the $2 to $5 range. VIA is proposing for the launch to initiate at a $3.50 flat fare. That's per seat, just like riding a bus. There are a few trade-offs to consider here as well. The initial fare is about $1 more than standard transit, but with the conceptual virtual stop, that actually would be improved service. That would be nearly door-to-door service, which would complement the increase in the rate. This fare is also a price point that could be considered accessible to residents seeking an alternative to auto use, and the initial rate may also be adjusted as needed. We have been cautioned that starting too low may be difficult because it's always a little bit more difficult to raise rates if the need arises as opposed to lowering rates. If demand does manifest certain late-night services, then we could consider some elevated but still affordable rates for these nighttime services for travel to entertainment or restaurant venues. We could also consider revenue increases for special events like at concerts, for instance, or anything along those lines. VIA has also discussed with staff the option of introducing a VIA Pass subscription to incentivize ridership that could be offered at a reduced rate. These are just some of the ideas that we're exploring, and we welcome council's input. Regarding standards of service, one of the most important aspects of this pilot is the standard of service. What VIA has proposed, based on their ability to serve other communities, is actually a really high level of service compared to our existing transit options. Even with kind of our less predictable and varied land uses in West Sacramento, VIA expects that the average customer wait time will only be 6 to 8 minutes from booking, with 80% of the users experiencing an ETA of less than 10 minutes and 90% with an ETA of less than 15 minutes, with a maximum ETA of 21 minutes. The expected average trip time would be about 10 to 15 minutes from pickup to drop-off. And finally, for maximum walking distance, VIA expects 500 foot or approximately 1 city block to a virtual stop. You may recall that we presented the virtual stop concept where there's a highly sophisticated algorithm that VIA uses that would allow the driver to pick up passengers and drop them off on a more optimized route. That may require them to walk approximately 1/10 of a mile or approximately 500 feet or 1 city block to get to a certain destination. But for limited cases, there could be door-to-door service. So if somebody is mobility impaired or for senior populations, there may be an opportunity to do door-to-door service. Regarding equitable accessibility in our standards of service, there will be dedicated wheelchair access vehicles for folks in wheelchairs. Drivers will be trained to assist those with mobility limitations or special needs. There will be stored value cards for users without banking or credit card, and dial-up service to book a ride by phone. For those who prefer to deal in cash, a rider could actually go and pick up a prepaid gift card at just about any location like a CVS, and then could actually purchase using the app or by phone. As part of phase 1 for this project, staff is currently exploring ways to serve popular destinations in the city and to explore partnerships targeting users in a way that would advance other initiatives in the city. We are currently having meetings with YCTD to look at co-promotions and to advance transit and bike share also for active transportation. City is also working with VIA to produce a marketing plan to reach out and explore opportunities for rideshare promotions, discounts, and partnerships. An example could be with purchase of a River Cats ticket, you could get a discount for a ride on VIA, for instance. And staff is soliciting input and feedback from council, so if you have ideas, we definitely welcome them. Now we get into some of the fun stuff, depending on if you like design. As part of this, the West Sacramento On Demand, there is design for the smartphone apps as well as the Mercedes Metris vehicles themselves. Presented here, and I will run through them very quickly, are the preliminary designs for co-branding with both VIA and West Sacramento logos. Before you is the app design that's been presented using the West Sacramento On Demand as the name of the service. With vehicle branding, I want to draw your attention to 3 options. There was the original option using the Via Blue. Staff has presented also 2 other options here using the bridge design. This was presented, all of these were presented to TMI Commission, and commissioners liked the idea of the bridge design, but felt that the logo bridge along with the big bridge was redundant, so we went ahead and eliminated the bridge in the West Sacramento logo. This third is kind of a hybrid where we keep our logo, the city logo, but then we incorporate the gold swoosh into the design. This is the one that staff is actually recommending because it does retain the city logo, gives it a little bit more official look. And then this is the rear of the van, would be the same for every option. We do welcome council's input on any of these. Finally, for the parameters here, the age restrictions are a very important part of this and was discussed at the last meeting with council. By federal legislation, transportation network companies, or TNCs, have to or can serve folks between the ages of 13 and 18 with parental consent. That consent would be given on the smartphone app at the time of sign up. There would be conditions covered through their terms, the terms of conditions upon signing up. If, in order to police that, if it becomes known that somebody is attempting to ride without parental consent, then VIA would investigate that and would limit use of the service or eliminate use of the service. For those that are under 13, you cannot ride the service if you're not accompanied by your parent or guardian. And of course, if you're an adult over 18, you can ride it unaccompanied. We did here at the last council meeting, as I had mentioned before, having our monthly meetings or workshops with the council, as well as our regular quarterly progress reports. So what we've done here is framed what we see as our regular progress reports and some of the potential policy workshops that we could have with council as more data comes in. But we are definitely open to, if you've reviewed this list and decide that there's something else you would like to see, then we're more than happy to present that material to you. And then here before you is the recommended action. I will not read through it, but staff does recommend that we go through these approvals and does welcome your feedback. And again, Ben Meneke is here to answer questions from VIA as well as myself.
Mr. Johannesson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just 3 quick points, and these would be focused toward our age-friendly plan and some of the mobility of that particular group. You know, one of the things you might want to consider is using seniors as kind of test clients to see what the feedback is there, because there's going to be accessibility issues. There's going to be issues with whether or not you should have more options than the app. Technology may be a challenge to a lot of folks, and you want to try and get a lot of, particularly that segment that involved with this as much as possible. And second, what you may want to do is announce this or provide some information at the senior resource fair that's coming up.
When is that?
It's in May, I think.
So a couple of things. So yes, there is the phone, a standard telephone that is available for anyone to use if they wanted to go ahead and book a ride. We are looking at 2 groups that we are interested in serving through a different grant application through SACOG. What we're looking at exploring, and we've been talking with the city manager's office about this, is our internships, or interns that serve City of West Sacramento. We're anticipating about 80 in this next round, so we're thinking there's going to be an increase. Part of the difficulty that students have is, one of the requirements is that there is some kind of transportation in order to apply for an internship. So that is, of course, a barrier. So to do away with that barrier, what we're attempting to do is to apply for a grant that would provide funding to offset some of the costs associated with providing rides through VIA for student population. By that way, we could probably increase the number of students that would be joining an internship program. At the same time, we would also like to look into our senior population, who also has similar limitations for transportation, and we're going to look at some other resources to try to make that happen. Those are particularly actually today that we talked about targeting those two groups. So I will definitely take your advice to heart, and we're going to look more into that.
All right, Dr. Sandine?
I'm super excited that this is moving forward, so thank you for the presentation and the work to date. I did have, you answered my question, which was about barriers for folks who didn't have a credit card or debit card, but you mentioned that folks who go into Walgreens. Did I hear you say that? And
Right. So if you've ever gone to go purchase a gift for somebody you don't know what they want, then you could bring cash into a CVS pharmacy, for instance, and grab a prepaid Visa card. That card could be used to then pay for your via subscription or get a via ride.
okay, that's great. And I don't know what detail you mentioned in the list of things about locations, and in the report, it like where's some kind of, I guess, like stops is.
Our hubs.
Hubs. But in the report, it does mention the connection, and that's the whole purpose of this, the connection with our other transit. So I think just making sure that that's obviously front and center would be critical, but I think you're already considering that, and that's already being done.
We are looking into it. Definitely would love your feedback on that. Part of the reason for the hubs is to create a central location where someone could use bike share, scooter share.
Right.
You could hop on a VIA, or you could hop on YCTD in the same location. So we are working with VIA to identify those locations in the city and then try to incorporate those as key virtual stops. So that's an ongoing process, and we'll continue to look into some of those areas. I mean, there's definitely areas in the city, such as the transit center, that are obvious hubs, but there are also other hubs for shopping, at any of our shopping centers.
We may have to do extended nights on the city council night for this service. Thanks.
I was just a couple. Thanks for the progress report. A lot of progress has been made, and some of these issues were highlighted at the SACOG board meeting as well, and at the transportation committee meeting, because although we're not the only ones doing some sort of pilot in this basic space, it's clear that we're where ours is the best. But just a couple of specific questions. One is on the 7 a.m. start. I don't know what the answer is, but I was one of our objectives is to test this as a last mile solution, and so my only question to put in your head is, if somebody hops on a bus at the transit center at 7:15 or 7:20 or 7:25 because they've taken VIA there, can they, what's the range of commute opportunities that they can actually get to, so that we're not inadvertently cutting out I just don't know the empirical facts. But whether or not we're going to make invisible a demand that we might have otherwise had by starting at 7. It may be perfectly appropriate, but if you can look at the data that is available, that could tell us something about people's commute patterns. Second is on event pricing, and so one of the theories that we're testing here is VIA as an alternative to transit or to a car. To traditional transit or to a car. If I currently, my only affordable option is a bus, and I start relying instead on VIA to get around, and grandma happens to live on F Street, 2 blocks away from Ailey Field, or a block away from some concert that's happening on the Riverwalk, will going to grandma cause me to pay event pricing? And if so, can I really rely on the services as my primary mode of mobility? If it's treated more like an Uber system that is to a different market. So I would just encourage you to think that through as you're deploying and doing some A/B testing or other things to kind of tease that out. because I think in both, those are both examples of, I think there are a lot of objectives that we're trying to accomplish with this pilot, but they're all tests. And the one way to fail all the tests is to insist that we pass all of them. And so I think my biggest worry about just deploying this is that we will insist that it be everything, and that we will be comparing it not to existing mobility options, but to perfection, right? Which we just have a tendency to do, because we know what's wrong and we know what the needs are. But, compared to payment options that are available for some of the existing services, is this better? Compared to mobility for services for seniors that exist today, is this better? And for some markets, this may not be better. And if we push too hard to say, okay, but you got to serve it no matter what, we may make it impossible then to get the actual potential wins for other markets. So it'd be great if all the things that we scoped at the beginning that we hope to accomplish with this, I still hope that they will all turn out to be where the theory was right. But the way we've got to test this is also be willing to say, okay, this is the absolute best solution for first and last mile transit connections. And at some of the other things we're hoping to accomplish, it's not so good. And that's still great, actually, because no one else has solved the last mile, right? So that's still a big deal, and we just have to be careful as a council, as a community, to not get so caught up in all the possibilities that we miss the fact that we're really hitting it on something that's been a really hard problem up until that point. The only other thing I'd say, because the youth piece, the internship and youth piece was definitely also celebrated at SACOG, and I think it's the number one reason why the internship guarantees that we've had in Measure E, why it's their biggest challenge is the transportation question. So this 13 and up age range is if this can solve that, or in a significant way, it could be a game changer in delivering success on the Measure E side. Another thing I'd say on the senior side is just be careful about marketing to seniors as seniors, or asking people to click here if about mobility limitations. You just have to today's market of seniors is less and less interested and more resistant to being labeled based on perceived limitations. And so it's a tricky situation because many seniors have mobility limitations. So it's not a question of ignoring them, it's a question of the use case about how to communicate in a way that doesn't convert people into the limitations that they're facing, in a way that they're, especially if they're trying to escape that. So we're seeing that more and more around the country. I think we're seeing it here too, but where we used to be able to describe something, hey, this thing is for seniors, and the seniors are like, no, 90 is the new 30, I'm not a senior, or whatever, that in some sense you run the risk of hurting your market. So it's a question to test. Right, so you might try different marketing approaches in different parts of the city or different times or whatever to get some different flavors about what's actually working. I'm not suggesting to just take my theory about senior marketing and run with it, but have an open eye about how we're dealing with each of these markets so that we can really leverage the most success we can. So. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Linda.
Yeah, thank you. First, nice job, Jason.
Thank you.
You know Sarah, but you did all right. Sarah's not here tonight.
Try my best.
No, appreciate all the work you've done. And we met a couple of weeks ago, and to kind of preview this, and you even were able to make some tweaks to the plan from the feedback early on. So thank you much for the work, and I'm glad everyone on council is excited about it. I'm just excited to kind of see it out actually deployed and see what happens. And I know we had talked about some marketing plans that might involve just reaching out to the commission members that worked on it as well, and to make sure they're aware of it and can be the first ones to be on it, and so on and so forth. So I'm just looking forward to kind of getting this out and deploying it, and kind of see where we roll. So, thank you. And I know we have somebody here came all the way from New York. Is that right? Yeah. Maybe like to say a few words, and thank you for hanging with us tonight. Welcome to West Sac.
Thank you. That's a great introduction. My name is Obine Menike. I'm the general manager of our partner cities. And I just want to say that I'm really excited to be here, really excited about this opportunity that you gave to us. And we really think that this mode of transportation is something that's going to really help increase access to transportation to more and more people in the city, and it will be something that people will generally like. We are doing this in Arlington, Texas right now, as you probably know. And just to give you a few quick numbers, we have a 97% customer satisfaction rate, and the overwhelming majority of our folks that try it again and continue to use it, which are both really good indicators that the service is working for them.
What kind of
Question. Oh, so good.
what do you see in anything in those use cases or those in the city in Arlington that might surprise us, in addition to the customer satisfaction, the repeat uses, in terms of how we typically think about transit, fixed routes, and whatever else? What have you seen that has surprised you?
It's a good question. I don't think that there's much that's been overwhelmingly surprising. Maybe something that may come across as a bit surprising is just the breadth of people that are using this service. I think if you think of this as a newer form of transportation, as something that's smartphone-based, I think you generally think of a younger audience. And when you see the folks that are using the service, they really do range from high school students to senior citizens. And they're using the app. It's intuitive for them. They love using the app. It's convenient. I think that's something that comes across as surprising to many people, although we've actually seen this in many of our markets even before going to Arlington, so less surprising to us.
All right.
I was happy to see that, at least the entertainment of an idea of discounted fares for certain groups, at least has been to test it out. I'm wondering, in Arlington, are folks with young children utilizing the program? And if so, are there any incentives? Say, for example, children are at a reduced rate, but the adult pays full price. To encourage people to choose this mode of transportation as opposed to one that would be a little lower, more cost-friendly to somebody who has to pay for a lot of kids.
Sure. So we definitely see some folks with young children using the service. Currently, there's no differentiated prices for adults and young children, but we also understand that is a big concern here, and it's something that, or potentially a concern here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. And it's something that, for that reason, we're very much focused on. Our broader approach to just about everything that we do is test, figure out what works, figure out what doesn't work, gather feedback from users, and then use that feedback to make adjustments to our service and our operations in a way that works for everybody. So if we do find that this isn't working because someone with a young child finds that this mode of transportation is just not affordable for them, we'd be more than happy to adjust if we thought that was appropriate.
All right. It looks like we're not going to have a major debate about the logo issue.
I like the bridge.
So, all right. Anything further on this?
Great. Thank you.
All right, so we do have a recommended action before us. Mr. Johannesson.
I'll second.
Moves, and Ms. Sandin seconds. Item 22, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you. Council calendar, Ms. Berlin.
Good evening, or good morning, as Jason said, Mayor and council members. A couple of things coming up in the near future. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Bayer Crop Science is hosting a collaborator grand opening celebration that you all have been invited to.
This is a really big deal, actually. I mean, this opening, the collaborator is an enormous win for the region and for us and for Bayer's location here and for startups and innovation. So it's really significant.
A couple hours from now.
A couple hours from now. So let's just all go from here.
If you haven't registered, though, in advance, does that preclude your ability to attend? Because it does say, please make sure to register no later by March 19th.
No, you should still be able to show up, and they'll let you in. And then on Friday is the Elkhorn Park grand reopening. That starts at 10 a.m. Then on Thursday, March 29th, you have an invitation at the dais. There's the police department, their spring break boxing camp. Their awards ceremony is Thursday, the 29th at 2:30. And then I just wanted to call attention to the item 16, which passed tonight, which moved the April 4th city council meeting to April 11th.
All right, any questions on the calendar? City manager report?
Just briefly, the federal omnibus appropriations bill that I think Mr. Ledesma mentioned about 5 hours ago, that did surface during our meeting. So we're going to look at, there's a big healthy increase for Tiger and for FTA funding. So we'll do an analysis and get that to you later today.
So it didn't pass, it's just the
No,
draft,
it's just,
the
it's
draft
just
came out?
out.
Okay, great.
It is proposed to be voted on by the House Thursday, today.
And technically, I mentioned that yesterday.
That's true.
All right, okay, city attorney report.
I have nothing to report.
Staff directions from members of the council, we have no future agenda item requests. Mr. Johansson moves and Ms. Sandine seconds. This meeting be adjourned. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.